Welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon King, and I do appreciate you for tuning on in. Oh, you know what I do is we're serving double duty today. Got a little overtime action for you, and why? Because my Seattle Mariners, for only the sixth time in their history, are in the playoffs, and not just in the playoffs. Knocking at the door to World Series. And that is good enough for me to want to stream and see if they can pull this thing off and enjoy it with you if they can. We're going end to end tonight. I don't care if it's 18 innings. I don't care if it's 24 innings. I don't care if it's 36. Ride or die. Ride or die. Want to put a shout out to the sponsor of the show as we're just about to kick this off, and that is Sleeper. Sleeper is the #1 sports fantasy app in the business, and it's right now hooking up with yours truly to help get you a marvelous deal. 100% matched of your first deposit up to $100 when you only use my code, NEST. That is Nest. And they've also got a double dip on this one. We call that a 2-for-1. Look at that, 2-for-1. That is, you get a free $20 entry on top of that, no deposito required. Use these codes today. Now, use the code, just get the freebie 20. You know, use the code for that. But use my code today, support the show, get an extra $100 in your pocket. I call that a win-win-win. For those wondering, here are my picks. Naylor gets a hit. Rodriguez redeems himself from the other night. More than 1.5 of a hit, run, RBI. Gossman with 5.5 Ks and Miller with 2.5 Ks. I went with the more on that one. So those are my picks today. Thank you to Sleeper, who was awesome. And I appreciate all of you tuning in. And I know this isn't football content, but I know that we're all jacked up for this nonetheless. So figured we'd enjoy this together, especially on the back of a fruitful Seahawks victory. Fred Warner's out for the year. I was hearing diagnosis on it, Justin. I didn't get confirm on that, but if dislocated ankle this time of the year, the timeline on that does get very tough to have him back. They might try to do that whole, if they can get to the playoffs, they bring him back off of IR thing. Maybe that's a little bit of what we got there. Blue Jays got Gossman going here. Actually, let's go with this. Mm-hmm. Randy Arozarena up at the plate here. Randy hitting 174 postseason, 238 on the year with 27 dongs. Gossman inside, ball 2. Ball. 3-0. Nerves start to work their way into a baseball player mind here. You feel like once you get into this time of year, this big of a series, definitely, even those tired bodies this time of year, that adrenaline will kick in a little extra. You wonder if Gossman's maybe a little tuned up here to begin things. Goes right down the middle of the plate there with a ball. Comes back, right in the middle of the plate with another fastball, and Randy's able to foul it back. 3-2. Fouled off his instep there. Will remain 3-2. He's doing what you like your leadoff hitter to do to start out a game. Just get the starting pitcher to work here. This will be the 7th pitch of this at bat. Payoff pitch. Bouncing back up the middle. Second baseman's on it. Flips over to first base. Guerrero, out number 1. Mm-hmm. Let's see if we can get this a little bit bigger for you guys. A little bit bigger there. I think that looks better. Yeah. Cal steps up now. Cal laces it out into right field for a base hit. He hit that so hard, he got almost hopped it over the head of the right fielder off of grass or whatever that turf situation. They used to have the AstroTurf out here, which was tough. He got into that one. Nice level stroke by Cal. Bang. Swats that thing out to right field. Gausman's living in the middle of the plate a little bit here. Julio steps in. Gets a slider, strike. You're getting a lot of that this series, Julio. 174 with a home run, 3 RBIs here in the postseason. Had a nice year, 267, 32 home runs. Great defense in the outfield. Fouls it back. Gausman's playing with fire. Definitely doesn't have the control quite fully locked in. I don't think the plan of attack is to be throwing fastballs into the middle of the plate. Oh, 2 pitch. Foul back. Nice job staying alive here by Julio. You know the slider's coming. No, they came with the fastball. Julio bats it back up the middle. Raleigh on his horse out to third base. First and third. Let's go. That's a nice start. Again, you're leaving going 0-2 fastball, hoping to trick Julio on that. I get the thinking there, but then the putting of the fastball dead center red almost right in the middle of the plate for Julio. Nice to see by both him and Cal. 2 real steady, even swings here, not trying to do too much with it. Just level strokes. Jorge Polanco up at the plate here now. Bouncing ball to the third base side. They're going to go home with it here. And that will be an out. Hopefully Raleigh's okay. A little bit of a collision down there. Oh. Jorge kind of hit that in the worst possible spot. This is kind of closer than it looked at first view. Does Dan the Man challenge this? It's close. Probably not enough to overturn it. Not quite enough. It was close. I don't know if that's enough to quite overturn. Yeah, he's touching him. It's so right. It's one of those ones, if it was ruled probably a score, it probably goes. And if it's ruled out, it probably stays an out. Does there enough evidence to overturn it? I don't know about that. They didn't do a good job of just giving us like a almost frame by frame. Naylor gets underneath this splitter, and this will be a weak fly out to center field. He just lifted a little bit too much there. I mean, it does look a little like he got. It's hard. I can't tell. Like I said, I think on that one, it's the call in the field would be the overriding factor. I feel like from my standpoint, And I can understand Dan not challenging in the first, wanting to preserve that. Oh, can't quite get the runners in there. Just tough. Casey Maples, OE, and Ben Shambrook. I just want to thank you for being a member, coming a member of the channel. New members, we're going to be getting some of the bennings out to you tomorrow morning, PFF scores, and Thursday night football, and we got a call-in show on Saturday. Sean, go Mariners. C.D. Woods, hello, weekend rider. Let's go, Megan. It's good to see you. Hawks Nest, feel sorry for Warner, dislocated broken ankle. Yeah, that's probably a season ender. Did it 27 years ago and never been right since. Ooh, this football is one just... It is truly a war of attrition as much of talent. And who can stay alive? They got that movie that just came out off of Stephen King where the kids got to walk forever. Whoever can walk the longest. NFL is sometimes just about that. But in Warner's case, that it's not just dislocated, but the broken's getting tossed in with it. That's a for the season kind of situation. AI, what's up? I could watch game trauma from 95, 2001. I understand. Nest picked up Dowdle on the wire for fantasy, and him and JSN are keeping me with 45-point lead thus far. You won that day. You won this week. Barbara says, my oh my, Dave Niehaus. This is Dave Niehaus. Let's go, Ems. Hey, from my youth, that voice. Hopefully he's here somewhere watching from the greater beyond. Main Paul Street. Script says Blue Jays wins tonight. We're flipping the script. We're flipping tables and we're flipping scripts. Daniel Barry, how you doing? Ben, I don't hate Vancouver, especially when they visit us at Sounders game, but Jays game is a different story. Yeah, it's a different story. Different level, different gear. Blue Jays are going to trot out a very potent lineup here today. Bryce Miller, your Mariners, is going to have his work cut out for him. Yeah, good contact early on, Keon. All right, Bryce Miller steps in here. First pitch swinging, that's walloped to right field and destroyed for the first run of the game. Okay. It's not a great sign. Whoa. First pitch. Good swing. He shot that thing the other way. He just freaking crushed it. 1-0 Blue Jays. Strike Miller. First leadoff home run in franchise history for George Springer. If it's not the George Springer show tonight. High, ball one. It's all right, kid. Take a breath. Settle in. Robert Jimenez, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, seems the Seahawks running game is still non-existent. At least the defense showed up today. Go Hawks. Indeed they did. And indeed it is. Swing and a miss on a fastball high. 1-2. The running game is one where it's a very detail-centric part of this offense. And though the offensive passing game has that as well, I think that because of some of the talent you have and some of the some of the intelligence the guys like Cooper Kupp out there and what they're doing, what he's doing, Jackson's certainly capable in this way too, and that they can handle complexity and the designs of this offense quite easily out there. The offensive line, there's just no way to shortcut sometimes the chemistry continuity factor that you need to engage in, and that takes a while to really situate itself. Some of this is that. Some of it is probably the lack of talent on the interior. Some of it is the stacking of the box by defenses. Bouncing ball here, 2-2 on a splitter. Kind of combination of all. I'm hoping it should get better as the year goes along. Robert, there is a limitation to how good it's going to get, I think, because there is some talent deficiencies still on that line. But I'm just going to hope it's going to get better as we go along. Yeah. And the defense did show up in a big way today. And Mike McDonald showed up in a big way today. Four-seam fastball, punched back by Luke, stays alive. Thought Mike did a great job today coming out with the forefront today of anticipating where he was going to have some weakness, using some of these simulated pressures and some of the blitzes to help cordon that off. This ball's hit up in the air, foul. Luke's continues to stay alive. Thank you, Robert. Appreciate the donation. Very impressive what the defense did. Zion Man says baseball is brutal for me to watch. Highs and lows are intense. That's for sure. 2-2 pitch. Foul back again. Staying alive. Staying alive. Oh. Gossman. Luke's is staying alive. Swing and miss. Swing and miss. Please swing and miss. 2-2. Bounced up at the plate there. 3-2. Guerrero looming on deck. Do not want to have someone on base when he's coming up here. Oh my gosh. Luke's again. Boy, Luke's fallen down the ground here. He's limping. Did he just tear his ACL on a swing? Man, he crushed that pitch the opposite way. He freaking destroyed that pitch. It's crazy as it's a 97 mile an hour fastball, like almost on the edge of the strike zone. Not even really, that wasn't even that bad of a pitch that he hit out. And Luke's right now is in some pain. What happened here? Oh, did he hit it off of his, I guess he hit off his leg. I didn't see that. I thought he just twisted himself. Oh, yeah. Zang. Yeah, that looked... They need to be playing like sad Italian music there on that slow motion of him, you know. He like hits it off and They did that so slow motion epically. It's probably one of those ones that hurts like hell. You're going to get a nice big lump, but as long as you don't put it off the knee itself, you know, it's just the fleshy part of your thigh you're getting. Yeah, well, probably a stinger. Judah's got faith. Ems will win this game 5-4 watch. I got faith. Let's go. 3-2. Bottom of the first. Toronto, 1-0 lead here against the Mariners. Bryce locked in a battle here with Luke's. Luke's. Already 10 pitches in this at bat alone. Here comes number 11. Batted back foul once again. Okay. It's one of the signature tough parts about dealing with that Detroit Tigers lineup in the last series is just how often they could stay alive in these counts. Just find a way to just fight off tough pitch after tough pitch, and then you eventually miss. And that will be a walk. Not an ideal start here for Bryce. Here comes up a man who has been red hot. As Ken Griffey once said, Edgar Martinez, El Caliente, has been Senor Guerrero. 529 postseason batting average. Steps up to the plate. Ball. Come on, Bryce. Strike at the knees. Nice sinker there. Back-to-back sinkers here at Guerrero on the first two pitches. Swatted high on a rope, but right at Julio Rodriguez. Might have gotten away with one there a little bit. Gotten away with one there just a little bit. That's okay. Addison Barger up here. Barger, 333 postseason average. Ball bounced to the plate here by Miller. Runner gets his lead. Outside ball 2. Come on. Bryce struggling a little bit early on here. Maybe a little bit like we saw with Gosman. Nerves working a little bit. Just a little extra pumped up in this game. Deep breath. High. Ball 3. All right, so we got a 3-1 count here for Bryce. Oh, man. Walk. Missed outside, wasn't close. Kid, you got to, I think the home run scared the crap out of him. His next two batters, he's been super hyper careful. He's throwing the splitter in the dirt. I think he's, and look, it's the middle of the order hitters. You want to be careful with them in general, but not to the point that you're going to walk them with nobody out now, or with one man out, sorry. Bryce set, 2 runners on. Alejandro Kirk up at the plate. Bouncing ball, kid. Stop overthrowing it. Got to trust your stuff a little bit here. You're not going to get him swinging out of the edges. Too good of a lineup. Do that. He doesn't want to groove a fastball, and I get it. He just grooved a sinker. Foul, but swing and a miss. Alejandro Kirk, 5'8", 245. Trash can dimensions. But he uses that girth into his favor. Comes from that Naylor school of hitting. Make the belly work for you, not against you. I don't need abs. I've got a belly. The power of the belly helps certain athletes. It's a little understood thing about peak physical form. That Kirby Puckett type of body. 2-1. Fouled off, 2-2. .5'8", 245. A professional baseball player. It's the muscles. That's the reason for the weight. Muscle weighs 4 times as much as other stuff. And the food's pretty good out here in Toronto. Dig it, eh? 2-2. Knocked up into the air. Good pitch there. Nice sweeper. Caught by Jorge Polanco. Out number 2. Okay, kid, get yourself out of this jam. Limit the damage. And we good. I'm not fat, I'm big boned. That's right. Knocked up into the air here. Julio's on it. Nice jump by Julio. Cat-like quickness in the outfield. Cat-like quickness, yes, sir. Roy says, during the Hawks game on that final penalty by the Jags, we didn't get our Duvall. Great stream. Oh, we need a Duvall, baby. How about that man Combs? Duvall. 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 It's the face he makes as much as anything else, you know. Duvall. It's the most derpy face I've ever seen a professional coach in any sport. I'm not saying I'm making fun of him, Tyler. I'm saying there's the power in the belly. There's a long storied history of belly walkers. Not everyone can pull it off. Some guys are just fat. But there is a select breed of athletes that are able to take that belly. Look at Babe Ruth. The ultimate fat king. Ain't no shame in that. It's a torque thing, you know? You get that extra weight moving in a direction, and I would say that it adds bat speed. If not bat speed, let's say, bat force at the point of contact. Maybe you don't have the quicker bat, but somehow it's like it's like the same laws of thermodynamics of where like a 320-pound lineman hitting a 230-pound linebacker, he's going backwards. It's that same kind of thing, but with a baseball bat. Peter says he's not fat. His mom calls him husky. And he says, sorry, BF, this is what they have to show for game 1. I'm on the Blue Jays, but love both teams. It's not a bad side. It's a home run, and it's not like he left the ball in the middle of the plate. Thing was, if anything, right on the black and outside. He just put in an awesome swing on the ball, was looking for a pitch in a particular spot, and creamed it. And 2 walks suck, but he got himself out of damage. 1 run ain't the worst of this. This ain't going to be the Detroit series. Especially in this park here, I would say. You're going to need to be scoring some runs. And it's an encouraging start with the 2 base hits you got out of Raleigh and Julio, is that they weren't trying to win the game on one swing. They walked up there and put good 2 steady strokes on this to begin this out. So a good sign there. And I do know, by the way, the telecast on this is going to be a little bit ahead, or the ESPN Gamecast is a little bit ahead. I'm sorry about that, but unfortunately, there was not a way to really modify that unless I just sort of turn off the ability you guys to see the tracker. And I think it more adds to it than not. So I know that's got it a little bit ahead of me to a tiny degree, but it's the nature of the beast. Nature is streaming in this modern age, I guess. Eugenio Suarez up at the plate. Swing, foul back, 4-seam fastball. Eugenio hasn't seen a pitch that he doesn't think is worthy of him swinging at. He's going to let that thing, he's going to get his money worth. Swing and a miss, slider. That was a tough pitch by Gausman. Suarez really struggling this postseason. Not even over the 100 batting average. Hitting .095. 0-2. Gets into this one nicely, but just right at the left fielder. Might have just not quite got the best part of the bat on that. Looked like he put a good swing on it. Just didn't quite take off the way that sometimes you'll see it take off on his bat. You know, it's just a decoy at this point. One out. Top of the second, Mariners down 0-1. Canzone comes up, swings at a splitter. Canzone hitting 300 on the season, 11 home runs. Ball, he actually set up to bunt there. Gausman working him with back-to-back splitters here to start this at bat off. Swing and a miss. Gave him the heater there and gave him a good spot. Gausman's giving them a couple fastballs in the cherry position. Mariner hitters just can't catch up to it. 1-2 pitch. Check swing. Did he go? No, he did not. 2-2. All right, Dom. I bet you Gausman. I'd be looking fastball here and taking if it's a split. That's just what he did. Yeah, I'd do the same there. You're looking for a pitch and make him hit the splitter in the strike zone. You're much more likely to swing at the splitter leaving the zone than you are. He's going to keep it in the zone. Stay with that same methodology. Oh, I don't know why he didn't. He didn't get the bat off his shoulder on the fastball. If you're thinking fastball in the first one, don't you think fastball in the second? Maybe he didn't recognize it was a splitter off the hand. That's dead red city right there. I get it if you're... He must have thought it was a splitter. He's not getting traded. Swing and a miss. One and one. Feels like Gausman's starting to kind of lock in here. Bounce foul. Boy, pretty crazy to see Robles even out there holding the bat. He got hit in the hand last game. They showed about 35 replays of it. Doesn't take much to break that hand in there. Strike 3 on a slider. Brilliant pitch there. He caught both the two last hitters looking for pitches that they did not get. Gausman staying ahead of the Mariner hitters here early on. And two innings, no runs. The Mariners slide to the bottom of the second. What was our record against the Blue Jays offhand? That's a good question. Two wins, 4 losses. Keon says Cal was safe. That wasn't straight. Definitely on the line there. You probably tell your hitter there, though, if it's on the line, at least that close. You got to, I can be totally talked into being a ball, but you got to protect. Can for me, please, folks. We got people looking for Mariners content right now. So someone to maybe guide them through this game, especially if they're out of area right now. So you can do those, folks. A real solid if you hit that like button. Makes a big deal. Makes a big difference. I appreciate it hugely. Hugely. Yeah, you guys are on it. We just got to steal one away out here in Baltimore to get this back home. Life of a Hawk. If we can find middle ground between the run and passing game for our Hawks, we're going to be a problem in the coming years. You better believe it. You better believe it. And I think there's a lot of reason to believe that that's going to happen. I think the offense is kind of already there with a lot of reason to believe it should be able to maintain in the future as far as passing goes. The running game is the part we're looking forward to come together, and that's the part that you, I think, have got the detail-centric nature to what you need to do to have a successful running game. You've more than just begun to invest in the offensive line to get into the right place. It is a work in progress there, and I think in a lot of ways that's the final step, along with just time for the cohesion factor to a new scheme and a new detail-driven scheme like this run game is to gel. Miller out here now for the opening of the bottom of the second. Gets a strike. Good sign. Very good sign there. Bryce Miller swing and knocks it up into the air here. Cal, got to be able to make a play. There we go. First down to the inning. Brandon, why the Seahawks game will be late next Monday? I believe it's because of the they've got the first game running, I think, on the. Yeah, so they're running 2 games instead of, they've sometimes have had the 2 games as an option, I guess, on these Monday nights. So instead of going to 5 o'clock, they'll go 4 o'clock to Tampa Bay and Detroit, and then come back to us in the evening game. So it's a new thing they're trying. I don't know why they're doing it, but could end up turning to be something in our benefit. This is going to be swatted out into right field. Oh, misplayed out in right field by Victor Robles. And he will get that in. Boy, that ball hits funky off that turf in the outfield, man. I don't know. Is that thing still AstroTurf down there? They still got the old concrete from back in the day back out there on that? And just hitting weird. Taking some funky hops. That thing ate him up. Like I said, yeah, errors are not a good thing. You cannot afford this. The rule, you don't have the rule for error or the rule for error. Room for error. Second base, strike. Yeah, definitely think Bryce is kind of trying to feel it. I don't think he's come out here with just his best stuff purely today. Why is he out there with the card in his mouth? I don't know. This is hit up into the air. Second baseman Polanco's underneath it, and he'll make the play. He likes to chew on stuff, Dazilla. Baseball players are known for their needing to constantly chew on something. Oral fixations. Judah, I always worry. All right, George Springer back up to the plate now. He had a solo home run shot to start this game off on literally the first pitch of the game. He's going to take a slider at the knees for strike. Runner on second, 2 out. Mariners down 0-1. Batted ball here. The shortstop, Crawford up with it smoothly. Naylor's got to get a nice little pick. Does so there. Gets the last out of the inning. And Miller escapes danger for a second straight inning. Into the top of the third. 1-0. Just grind us out 5, Bryce. Grind us out 5. Addicted says maybe ran out of sunflower seeds or chew. That's what I'm saying, man. When that happens, it's a panic situation for major leaguers. They have got to be having something in their mouth at all times. Right angle, you think Kubiak is the guy? I do. I think there's little reason to believe that there was going to be instantaneous success with Kubiak here. There was work to be done. Let's not forget, you're moving on from Gino, DK, Tyler Lockett. You know, there's a turnover aspect to all of this that we want this to be fast and quick, but it's not all going to be fast and quick. And the fact that as they are working out the kinks within this offense, as they are searching to find their running game, he's got Sam Darnold playing like the most efficient quarterback in the sport. He's got Jackson Smith producing like a 2,000-yard wide receiver. He's got A.J. Barner looking like a top-end tight end. He's got an offensive line that's pass protecting well and that his play calling is protecting. Yeah, it's not perfect, but it's more than a ton of stuff there to be encouraged by from my standpoint. Yeah, for those Seahawks fans in there, when we say Gino today, we're saying, hey, Eugenio. His nickname is Gino. Hey, Eugenio Suarez. They call him Suarez. Boom. Boom. Bum, ba-dum, boom. We will get this out of here. Goodbye, 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 sir. You are eliminated. Lou asks, why do you need a card on the field? It's a thing called positioning here, Lou. In modern day baseball, they have gotten so good with the analytics that you get heat charts on players. So you can show me a 500 at bat, show me 500 bats of this hitter now, and then you can have it distilled down to show me all of his flyouts into the outfield. When he flies out, where does he tend to fly out to? And you're going to have both to left, to center, to right. You're going to have heat chart positions as to where the ball comes off his bat with his particular swing to specific spots in the outfield by a tendency. Doesn't mean it goes there every time. It just means that there's a lot of it, the times he's hitting the ball here. And most especially, you'll see it on these guys when they're hitting line drives and you see outfielders standing in a spot right in the right position to make that catch, that line drive. It's partly informed. And Crawford bounces this to second base on the second pitch, out number one. It's, partly informed by that heat chart as to where they're going to position themselves in the outfield, batter by batter. And you would change it batter by batter, Lou, because the heat chart's going to be different for batter by batter. So what's on that chart is for when you're being told, here's this batter up, you probably have like a quadrant or whatever they've got as far as the easy peasy method to get them to align right, but it's telling them where to position themselves for every individual batter. Randy Rosarina comes up here now, 1-0. Randy worked the count to 3-2, fouled off some pitches. Could not get much more past there. Slider strike, outside corner at the knees. Jordan says Pacheco needs to stop pumping his chest until he can get more than 1 yard on a run game. The swaggiest 1 yard runs you ever seen. 1-1 pitch. 96-mile-an-hour fastball. It was a little in, but Gausman has continued to give Seattle a couple of fastballs they could work with here. 1-2 count. Skied up into the first base side. Out number 2. Barber, go Mariners. Joe Smith says Arizona fans talking about the end of Murray area. How bad is the injury and what does his contract look like? Is it at all feasible for the Cardinals to move on next year? Yeah, it begins to become feasible. It begins. Swing and a miss on a splitter in the dirt for Cal. I'm looking right now, by the way. Oh, 1 bounced. 1-1. So Kyler is it's almost a wash at this point from their standpoint. And not only is it that they can get out from under him at that point, it's ball swatted down the line. The only part of it comes down to probably, do you want to eat that much dead money that you got to eat? Which I guess the savings are about this. Another one of those wonky looking contracts. Yeah, they're okay. Outside. So you got 21 there. Swing and a miss. Another splitter there to Cal. Gausman's got it working here. Out number 3. It's kind of a weird looking contract. I got to kind of take a look at the numbers here. So it's basically telling me that, you know, you're going to eat about $1.5 million of negative money, collectively speaking, for the cost to move off of him. So they can definitely work it in that place, but they haven't made them this easy with the Kyler Murray contract, as well as they're still going to really have to kind of, it's going to be as much that they want to get rid of him as much as that there is a sound financial reason for doing so, Because when you look at them right now, they put all of these option bonuses at the end of his contract. 11, 9, 25, 17 million and 26, 14, 1, 8, and 27 and 9, 7 in 2028. And then you have the prorated roster bonus, which still goes through 26. You have another on top of the roster bonus I just talked about. There's also the option bonuses, which comprise of 7.2 and 26 and 7.2 and 27. There's per game bonuses of $1 million a year. You know, just the Cardinals are cheap as hell. And so they structure up this weird ass contract. But what the problem is, the contract's not going to let them get out of that thing free and clear. It's not bad, but there's still like, you're not eating a gargantuan amount of money, but they're still going to come out of that. It's going to hurt. But I think they have to ask themselves, and they are asking themselves quite as I would, are we getting the bang for our buck here? Is this really our long-term answer here? If Jacoby Brissett was starting every game this year, do we have the same win-loss record? Is it worse? Is it the same? Jacoby's making $7 million. If the answer is at least it's the same, then that informs you that you're probably moving on from Kyler. Jacoby's capable. We saw last year, though, with New England in the game we played him. He's also got his limitations. Went on the road in Indianapolis, threw for over 300 yards. Quan says, gosh, we strike out too much. I think that, not that we have to think about this now, it's an off-season thing, but I think that the Mariners, as they look forward in the future, are going to be benefiting if they can lean in the direction of finding those hitters that strike out a little less often. I think with guys like Cal and Julio, you don't have as much of a problem with it because there's so much good that they return back to you for the struggles that they have, and sometimes always making contact, but other guys in your lineup just purely strike out too much. All right. Third inning of work here for Bryce Miller. He gets a swing and a miss on a splitter. See if he locks in. Stay out of trouble this inning would be nice. 36 pitches, so not in bad shape on that front for Bryce. Not bad, not great. Luke's the two-hole hitter here, walked in the first. Outside, 1-1. This ball's looping down. Randy Arozarena doing a great job of hustling in and making the grab there. The thing looked like it was going to maybe fall in and did not. All right, this is how you like Vladimir step up to the plate. Nobody on. Strike one by Miller. He looks like he's starting to maybe get his nerves settling in as well here. Batted foul. 0-2. Outside ball. Batted here to Crawford. He's up with it. And he throws him out. On number 2. There we go. I see, says Joe, makes sense. The other issue is if you lose the fan base, then lots of revenue lost over the course of a season. If you keep Kyler and the fans continue to blame Kyler, rightly or wrongly. Yeah, it could be just as much of this coming down to really where Kyler is at, and maybe Kyler goes to a different place and can find a different gear, and sometimes just needs a change of scenery situation. And that could be the case with Kyler a bit. I think that the fans there and the front office there, this is grounded out here to first base quickly. Love that. Naylor up with it and is able to run to the bag. So nice quick inning. Good job by Bryce. We need that. We'd like to see him here be able to, if we can, get extended in this game. Even if but just to preserve the bullpen a little bit. A little preservation. Adrian X is Sam Darnold ranked 2 now in the NFC West. I don't know how he's not. Maybe that's a good question for me to ask for the roundtable panel this week, huh? Thanks, Joe. Appreciate you, Joe. You said it's going to be the unexpected hour for them. Let's go. Love it. I feel like Cal gets up with 2 outs for out of 5 bats. Gives up. Yeah, Joe, it's not just a full blame. It's just more of the situation going to where it's heading to, and he's getting that blame to it. It's probably not, I mean, some of this should be the general manager looking himself in the eye going, how did we do it building our receiving core this offseason? How did I do building that offensive line? What kind of offensive scheme do I have in here working? Is this the best scheme for my quarterback? I think if they were getting real about some of those questions and answers, that it wouldn't just simply come down to the quarterback, but sacrificial lamb. I guess that's the word to come on. She says, don't worry, Brandon, we're World Series bound. We'll not lose this series. You're welcome. I thank you for that. I'm appreciative. Yeah, Eugenio is a tough one, Jordan. I think he does have the big bat. I don't think that this stadium. I think that he's great in the clubhouse. He's a great addition to this team with the chemistry style. He's a really good fielder, but his strikeout rate, yeah, he'd be one of those hitters in that lineup where you're like, this is tough when you're stacking this many guys in the lineup that just swing and miss so often, and it does become so wholly reliant on the deep ball to kind of sink or swim. Will is with Judah. He says, I just get the overwhelming feeling that the Mariners are going to win tonight. Yeah. Hell yeah. I'm feeling it. Also, just watching how hard they fought against the Tigers tells me they aren't going to go down easily. No, sir. Julio Rodriguez up at the plate now. Swing, foul back. Luke's is going to go ahead and go down here in this game now. Luke's the right fielder for the Blue Jays. I would imagine that leg probably swelling up good on him right now. And they said, let's get this under control here. So Luke's to Straw. Straw will take over in right field out there for Toronto. Julio quickly in an 0-2 count. 1-for-1 with a single in this game. Starting off the top of the 4th inning. Single from Cal, single from Julio, and that's been all the offense for your Mariners here so far. Oh, we got him. Yep. Check swing, 4 strikeout here for Gausman. Got Julio to chase. Francis, thanks for doing this, B. Hardest working man in the show business. Man, appreciate you. My pleasure, man. I'm just excited to get a call Mariner playoff game, especially this close in like this. So much fun. Jorge up at the plate, 1-0. Ball. Splitter bounced in. Barber says off topic, but Geno Smith threw his 10th interception today. Yeah, I was seeing, I think it was Mookie was online talking about this on Twitter a little bit, that interesting to see Carroll having not the same quick hook that he would at times. Even a Matt Hasselbeck in his first year. And Carroll, I think at one point in the game, taking him out of the game because of the interceptions he was throwing. They definitely limited down to Barber, the amount of passing attempts they had him throwing in this game. It was going to be just, they were going to grind that one out. A little check swing here. Gosman's got some good movement. His check swings, I think, are showing you that it's working well. Polanco hits this on the line and hard down the line, but Vladimir's able to round it up there, pick it, hustle to the bag, get the out. Just a line shot there, but Vladdy all over it. Josh Naylor digs in. 0 for 1 today. Low, ball 1 on a fastball. Low, ball 2. There we go. New Black says, having your reaction stream up has made watching the Mariners playoff series amazing so far. Well, thank you for that, New Blacks. I'd love to hear that, man. That's the hope, so appreciate you, brother. 2-0 here. 2 outs. Top of the 4th. Naylor's got something in his eye. Steps out. Robert says, just saw Fred Warner with a possible season-ending injury today. First Bosa, now Warner. 49ers defense is definitely more vulnerable now. You cannot understate this tandem of a loss. Swinging 2-0, gets the fastball. Naylor gives it a nice swing, hits it foul. The Niner defense is one that's not had the same kind of depth of talent that they've had in prior years. And it's been a slow session of it bleeding out from them like a drip by the year. It's always seemingly a couple players every year. Naylor gets into this one, sends it deep to center field, right at the warning track where it will die. Put a good swing on it. Gosh, you got into it well, just not quite enough. Man, the Tiger series and that, how many times we had some balls just right at that warning track, But you think about all the talent through the years that they've lost, the DeForest Buckners, the Eric Armsteads, lesser guys that were nonetheless very valuable parts and pieces like DJ, the guy that got there in Denver. It's been a good DJ Jones. Not a star, but just a really good player for them mixed into that rotation. Then this offseason, Hufanga and Greenlaw and Javarius Ward move on. It's hard to keep restocking that and not missing a beat. And what they had leaned on was Bosa and Warner to continue to be able to lead the day. And both those guys, when they play, do that. They absolutely accomplish that. But losing both now for the year, I shouldn't deny this Niner team. They've been able to weather a lot of this storm and hold on. But you have to wonder how they're going to do it on this. And how do you feel confident from their perspective now, as well as they hit the trade deadline, to think that they should go be aggressive, to be hyper aggressive with that, if that was something that was on the table? This would seem to shut that down in general terms, but for what? A little bit. You don't know where your quarterback position is. Your stars are out. I think all of the arrows would be in the direction on top of how much dead money you ate this year for the Niners to say, well, let's try to make a go of it, but we're not going to overextend ourselves to make a go of it. Jordan says, I don't know why the Mariners don't work the count more. They were great at it in the regular season. Make the pitcher make a mistake. Yeah, I think you get into this playoffs, it's probably a little hero ballish works its way into it. It is a bit of a free swinging lineup. I will say that. When you have some of the guys they have in this lineup, it's not a guys that are known for necessarily their bat control and their willingness to, take pitches and look. That's why it stands out so much when you get a guy like Naylor who does it, because so indifference to what you normally see. They did do better, though. I give you that during the regular season. Bree says the return of the Raleigh cat for the first time in 3 years. We will see her return this series. I may have to go get Pumpkin and get her in here as a Raleigh cat. I may have to bring that in here. We'll have to bring out the kids, but we won't call upon it yet. We don't want to call the big guns too early here. The Blacks, Juwan Jennings said he played tonight with 5 broken ribs, a high ankle sprain, and a low ankle sprain. Had myself a bacchiotomy. It's my back, and my ankle, and my elbow, and my hip, and my hip. That sounds painful. All right. Mr. Kirk comes up the plate, belly hanging over belt line. Takes the first pitch drag. Megan, let you to have some positivity here. He's willing this into being right now. He's willing this win in with his comments. I can sense he's willing it. He's using the projection laws of the universe, and I dig that. 2-1 count here for Miller. Bottom of the 4th inning. 1-0 Toronto. Hit up into the air, skied high to left field. Well, that's a moonshot. Rosarina underneath it for out number 1. Good job by Bryce here. Settling in, calming down. Well, says the pitcher's just throwing nasty breaking balls. It's not going to be easy to get his pitch count up. You can see the struggle in getting some of that good contact here a little bit. There does seem to be a lot of whipping movement on these pitches from him. Oh, and 1 count. Dalton Varsho up at the plate here. He pops it up into the air. Let's see if this is playable. No, not quite. 0-2. Varsho 0 for 1 in this game. You're right. My feed is frozen. Thank you for reminding me that. I forget if I launch another browser. It does it. 0-2 count. Blind. Swing and a miss. 97-mile-an-hour fastball at the top of the zone by Miller. Nice job, buddy. Gets his first K of the game. That'll do. That'll do. .49 pitches here for Miller. Still in a good place on that side of it. 2 men out. Clement up at the dish. He first pitch swings, hits this right at Julio Rodriguez. Just what you want to see there. First pitch swinging and a fly out to Julio. Quick little inning up here for Bryce. 2-hitter going here through 4 innings. Yeah, Joe, I'll take the start from Miller. You give me 4 innings of 1-run ball. You've done your job. I think the Mariners with this Toronto Blue Jay lineup have to be a little bit more aware of the fact you're going to need to put a little more on the board here against it. I know it's playoffs. Runs are hard to come by. It's a good Blue Jay pitching staff, but hoping you can get your staff to hold down to 2 runs in a game or some 1 2 runs, and that's going to get you through. You're going to need more than that from your offense. They know that. But he's done his job here. Lethal says, by my calculations, Seahawks are winning 11 games. Easy. I like the confidence. Let's go. Brandon, a pick a pumpkin on your head would be priceless. Love it. Jordan says, when the games are in Seattle, Mariner fans better prepare themselves for some rude Blue Jay fans. Every time they come here, they are overly obnoxious and get drunk. Well, it's cold in Canada. They don't have a lot to do. You know, Jordan? There's only so much you can do. You got to stay inside all the time. They're glazing Mahomes right now. Oh, goodness. Collinsworth can't help himself especially with Mahomes. I think he wakes up in the middle of the night with a chubby and Mahomes. That's how he says it. When he wakes up in the middle of the night, just, Mahomes. That weird kind of upper end sort of pitch that he's got. Mahomes. Doing. Combo platter right there. Eugenio Suarez takes first pitch strike inside. That did not look like a strike. I ain't going to lie. That's tough for Eugenio. He's already first pitch swinging and pitches out of the zone, finally takes, and then it's a ball that they call a strike. Second pitch, swing, knocking this out to Vladimir in foul territory. He'll make the catch on the pop out. You're freaking kidding me. You're killing me. Comes back to the dugout, looks at Dan. He's like, why should I take? They're going to call it a strike anyway. Dan's like, I can't argue with that. Dominic Canzone steps in. 0 for 1. First pitch swinging. Pops the splitter up. Out number 2. Not making Gausman work very hard here. Not much pressure outside of that first inning, first and third situation. Victor Robles up at the plate. First pitch swinging, knocking it down the right field side. It's caught over there in the corner. Now number 3. Mariners still down 0-1. What's this make? We just take a pitch or two, get the pitch count up. Those days are done at this point. He just got through 5 with only barely crossing 50, so he's got room to work with. They could roll with him for another 2-3 innings if they want, but I'm guessing they probably wouldn't if this is going to be this tight. It's really not giving Bryce much room for error. And boy, the Mariner bat's going kind of cold the last 2.5 games here. You have really not managed much of anything here offensively speaking. And I'm not just talking runs, but on just pressure, walks, hits. Find a way to get on base. It's the playoffs. Come on. Nitro, was that 4 pitches on 3 outs? Yeah. Uh-huh. Yes, it was. Keon says this game's going to last 2 hours. Maybe Jez. Kevin says, I turned it off. Too dang depressing. Just waiting to mount. We're just on the edge of mounting our furious comeback. I'm telling you, Kevin. Joe says, what the heck? I blinked and we're not up anymore. So I say, man, it's a free swinging lineup. This is a lineup that you would think that they're what sort of drives them at times is an inherent fear of getting too deep into the count. Like, I can't dare get deep into the count. That is the worst thing ever. That just makes me so much of a lesser hitter at that point. One second, be right back. We're going 9 innings tonight. Melrose delegated the emergency quarterback today, says Dogzilla. Yeah, I think that they recognize that this isn't working. And there's little reason to be utilizing it when the offense is working so well with Sam. Or just working so well in general. It's one of those things where the theory is sound and is fine to try to do it. But when you do try to, in practicality, it doesn't work. Why take forever to recognize that? 96 mile an hour fastball at the knees inside. Strike one. Miller is definitely settled in here. You can just feel a little bit of a steady calmness to him now versus that first inning where he was definitely juiced up. Swing and a miss. 96 mile an hour piece of heat right there. 0-2. Come back after him, kid. Swing and a miss. Splitter sweeps across the outside corner. That righty to lefty splitter so hard because it's not only fading low, it's fading low and away. And it's hard to pick up either of those two things off of it, as it can look like a fastball until the very last minute sometimes. It tends to have a little bit of that runaway action to it with a righty on lefty. One man down. First pitch swinging. Fouls it back. 0-1. Getting on top of hitters in these counts. Good signs here for Bryce. Oh, 1. Bouncing ball to the second base side. Plonk goes easily up with it, and he throws out. Jimenez at first. 2 men down quickly here. Jan says, I was at the 15-inning game, and it was exhausting. Then my transmission went out on the way home. Long night for me. Sorry about that, bro. Yikes. And transmissions are not cheap either. So, I hope it wasn't too expensive on the fix there. And hopefully your sacrifice, like Cobry says, your transmission goes to this Mariner W. And went to that Mariner W. Springer comes up here and gets another 97 mile an hour sinker in that same place that he blasted the home run in the first inning and is only able to foul this one off. Same location there. Ballsy. Are they setting up on the outside here? Okay, they're going high in. All right, ball. Back him off a little bit. Stop getting your arms out over the plate. Don't stop this hole. You just feeling free and easily can step forward. You back him off a little bit with that fastball up and in. Check swing splitter. Foul back. 1-2. Sweeper misses low and away. 2-2. Being careful here with Springer, understandably so. Miller at 59 pitches right now for the game. Foul. Got him off the handle of the bat. Miller. Swing and a miss with the slider. Nice pitch, kid. Buries that nice and low. Springer can't do nothing with that ball. Nothing. And how about Bryce? How about Bryce here, huh? 5 innings of work, 1 earned run, 3 Ks, 2 walks against a deadly Blue Jay lineup. Daniels, did you see Justin Fields had 45 yards passing today? 45 passing yards. Full game starter has to be close to an all-time low, if not the all-time low. All things I like to say, Daniel, and I hadn't seen it was that low, but that's pretty wild. It was a low-scoring, close game, so I'm sure they ran a ton of ball and tried to limit his passing attempts in that game, which is probably what really contributed to that, but that's a lack of confidence in Justin to throw the ball, which is disconcerting for a guy that's been in the league now a good number of years to take that step forward. And while this is maybe going to be a new era of reclamation quarterbacks who have been sold short sale or been sold sort of too early on for their organizations because of their impatience, maybe he doesn't particularly seem to be one. I think that there's always lessons in all these situations when you look at a situation too with players, and that we're in an era where there's a lot of quarterbacks right now coming out that are all about being one of the guys and having that swag, and I'm going to do what everybody else is doing, and I'm a football player and they're a football player and we're all just football players, and and there's a little bit of that vibe you get. And I'm on record as saying this when Justin came out and saying that he was a guy that was known at Ohio State as the moniker that tracked him and it was on his heels as he was at Ohio State. The whispers you heard. Last in the building, first out. To be a great quarterback in the NFL, to be ultra talented does not guarantee that you're going to be a success. To be a hard worker does not guarantee success. There's no guarantees of anything, but you need as many things in your favor to be working right to get yourself to the top end of what you promise with your ability. And if you are missing that work ethic, if there's questions about that with you in college, maybe for another player to another position like defensive tackle, like a Jalen Carter, maybe you go, well, eventually that engine will turn on with him as he becomes a pro and as he gets older and as he matures. With the quarterback, that recognition and realization by then needs to happen at that point of the process. Outside ball, 4-seam fastball here to Crawford. Mariners need to carve out a couple runs here. Reward Bryce for what's been a hell of an effort against this Blue Jay lineup. Down low, ball 2. Crawford 0 for 1. Mariners have only been able to scratch out 2 hits in this game, and that was in the first inning. 5 innings of no-hit ball here from Gausman. Outside, good eye here by Croft. 3-0. Nothing better here than turning the lineup back over the top with a walk. I bet you Crawford here just takes just 2 pitches even. Fastball, strike. He does that on the first. Brandy, Rosarina, looming on deck. Swing and a miss. Got a good pitch, gave it a good rip. Just got over the top of that one. Or underneath that one, sorry. Definitely a swing that Crawford was maybe looking to poke one out there. 3-2. Get defensive here now. Bat to the second base side. He's up with it. Initially, it drops out of his hands, but he's able to pick it back up and throw Crawford out in time for out number 1. Gausman working through a well-pitched shutout here. Oh, man. Strike, fastball. At the knees on a Rosarina. 0 for 2 in this game. Mariner lineup right now this postseason with a lot of guys hitting around 100. Good eye there. Slider tried to get him to bite outside the zone. And he said, no, 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 no. Come on, man. Same pitch as the first one he got at bat, right there at the knees. Maybe a bit of a ball there. Got the benefit of the call there with a good frame by the catcher. I'm not sure if that one was legit. Gausman doesn't need the help, Blue. Bounces it outside there, 2-2. Swing and a miss. Got him on the splitter. Gausman just wonderfully working through his different pitches. Spotting the fastball, intermingling the splitter and slider with just a very nice variation. He's making it a difficulty here to try to tap into what he's doing. Raleigh up to the dish now. Low, ball 1. How about we just hang a slider to Raleigh? One little measly hanger. Low, gives him fastball, but around the ankles. Oh, come on, Blue. Two and one. Knock foul, splitter there. 2-2 pitch. Digs it out. Send him a splitter. He dig it out. Sends it deep. That ball's going back. Goodbye, baseball. Home run, Cal Raleigh. He got a splitter dropping right into his hot zone there. Kind of low in. A lot of the plate. And Cal deposited in the right field stands. Let's go, Cal. Let's go. Big time home run at a big time moment in this baseball game. I think the splitter probably had a little bit of a hang to it. I don't think he got the kind of drop. The previous pitch with Cal that he got him to, Gausman is going F. The previous pitch there with Cal, he got the splitter down, like I was saying earlier, down around the ankles is where he was trying to get that to lean. So, and swing here by Julio. First pitch swinging. He was trying to get his own back-to-back home run there. 0-1. So he's got the back-to-back pitches there where he's trying to get it to where it's essentially starts at the knees and then drops to the ankles. What happens with the way that he throws the splitter here is it starts at your waist high, 1-1, starts at the waist and then drops to the knees. And that's not the way you're trying to throw that thing, by and large. You can get away with it if they ain't looking for it. But Cal was probably already sitting on the splitter, and then you missed on it on a pitch he was already kind of looking for. Ball bounced up at the plate here, 2-1. Cal with his fourth career home run against Kevin Gausman. Nice job. Two-one. Ball. He's willing to throw Julio the fastball, but he's trying to bury it up in the high and tight side of the strike zone right around Julio's hands. He's just missing a little bit too much up and inside on that. Inside, ball 4. Nice walk by Julio. Good to see the patience exhibited there. No hero ball here. We don't have to do that. Blast off city by Cal. Ooh-wee. Let's go. Blue Jays going to go to the pen? I guess he's not liking what he's seeing. Tough from Gausman's standpoint there. You really just feel like you missed with one pitch. You haven't been bad as far as on the wild front. You're being careful to Julio, which you want to do after giving up that home run. There's no more room for error. You lose the one pitch, but that's playoff baseball for you. So they're going to make a change here with 2 outs in the top of the 6th are the Blue Jays. Gausman will leave. So yeah, to finish up my thoughts on Fields, it may not be fair that he's the hardest worker in the book, maybe not. I tend to think that I can't remember a quarterback that was in college where there were rumors or there was a lot of heat behind that quarterback not being a hard worker, who then as a pro suddenly turned into a hard worker. Johnny Manziel wasn't known for being a hard worker at Texas A&M. Quite the opposite. Baker Mayfield, who a lot of people compare to Johnny Manziel, is looked at almost through that same template with what he did at college, but that wasn't really what he was. He was just more of a, let's call it a free spirit. But certainly he was all ball. And so I think you got to have that measure as a quarterback, and that you just can't get by. I think that this was maybe sometimes a limitation, I think, with Cam Newton at times. And why, his game didn't advance more along for how physically gifted he was. I think that there's guys that kind of want to be part of the group, and you got to be a little bit separate of that, and you got to be doing more. And it sucks that it requires that much, and it's almost an obsessive amount of work required then from that quarterback to get to that stage of things. But it's also a privilege to be that and to do that. And from Justin's standpoint, you're running out of opportunities. You're going to be sliding into more of a backup kind of outlook of things here pretty soon. She was looking pretty smart right now, Megan. I'm just saying. She was looking like you might have known something. I'm just saying. Duquan says Cal better than Judge. I'm with it. Joe says, for me, big difference between Cal and Judge is catcher versus right fielder. No question that catcher is the tougher, more demanding position. Agreed. Especially when you consider with Judge, he's a guy that does spend a lot of his time at DH. I know Cal gets his days off here and there at DH, but strike. Little in the game here for the Blue Jays. Jorge Polanco 0 for 2 in this game. Little come set. Inside, ball 1 on the cutter. Coming back to the lefty here. And then you got, I'm sure they're going to keep him out here for a cut. Try to keep him out here for probably a good inning here with Naylor and Canzone, Crawford. All lefties coming down the line. Swing and a miss. Strike 2. Got him with a sharp little, that was another cut. Was that a 4-seam fastball? Oh my goodness. I think it had some wicked movement to it. 1-2. Ball bounced behind the plate. Julio Rodriguez will move out to second. Count remains 2-2 now. It goes to 2-2, I should say. And Julio moves into scoring position. 2 out, bottom of the 6th here. Score locked up 1-1. Cal Raleigh with a big home run in this inning. Jorge wiggling his bat, steps in. Almost another wild pitch there. This will take this to 3-2. You see these relievers in this playoffs, and seen it a couple times. You come in and you're just trying to throw your most violent, nasty stuff. And as a pitcher, you're often trained not to just fully try to amp it up that way, because you're just going to end up overthrowing stuff, especially that stuff you're trying to get spinning and moving. But it's a fine line as a pitcher between throwing your most explosive pitch and overthrowing it just a little bit. 3-2 count here to Jorge Polanco. Fouled off of his instep there. Ow. Staying alive. Nice opening game here of this series between the Blue Jays and Mariners. Tight and tough. Jorge Polanco. Payoff pitch. Slams it out into left field. Julio on his horse. He's going to get around third, and he is going to easily score. Mariners up 2-1. Let's go. Yeah, baby. Hey. Clutch hitting in a game that's been missing clutch hitting. In fact, neither team in this game up until that hit had been able to knock somebody in from scoring position in this game. Polanco able to just dig that thing out, hook it out into left field, and Julio with plenty of speed to get on home. Jorge pumped up. Let's go. Let's go. Polanco's so big in that game in the series with his 2 home runs off of Skubal in the one game. Naylor steps in now. Swing and a miss at the sinker. It's a little bit why you got Little out there for the Blue Jays, is he's here to work these lefties. But you got to get through the righty first to get to the lefty. Swing and a miss. Naylor does not look comfortable here against Little right now. Those were two kind of brutal swings there. Yeah, Naylor's going to take a little bit of a break here for a second, catch his breath, and try to figure out what's what. Let's go, Polanco. Little come set. Naylor able to hold up on 1 and 2. You can still feel he's really having to hold the line on those pitches off this lefty. I don't think he's seeing it super clearly off Little. Little's bouncing a lot of balls. Throw over to first base. Blanco gets back easily here. Swing and a miss on the knuckle curve. Tough pitch. Mariners big bats doing damage in this lineup here. Raleigh with the home run. He's pumped up. Julio draws a walk, gets to second on a wild pitch. Jorge Polanco able to punch him in from second. Mariners take suddenly a 2-1 lead. You called it. Got to bring it home, though, now. Got to bring it home. And this lineup, it ain't getting easy. Straw filling in here for Lukes to start this off in the next inning. Then you're going to get Guerrero and Barger. Got to go through those guys at least twice through the rest of this game in the portion of the lineup. So work is still cut out for you there. And it's also, let's face it, a lineup with some length to it. I think you got to keep Miller still in there. See if they've got him listed as making the change. Looks like they're going to keep him out there to me. I mean, I don't know why you don't. He's pitching at his best in the recent history in this game, 61 pitches. You don't have him overly stressed. You're not going to have a big long hook on this one. It'll be a short hook at that. But you're going to give him a chance, I think, here to try to get in through this 6th inning to get you to potentially Gabe Bavaro, combination, and then over to Brash and over to Munoz. That's what you're hoping to try to swing this towards. I think I could pull a mustache off. I just got to get to the full thick point because all of the intermediate point looks horrible. You need to get that point where it's all nice and fully in good. I might have to start growing a stash here. Bree says, steal this game, split the first 2 at least, then we can do damage at home with our rested arms. Amen. Let's go take this thing. Nice inning by the Mariners. Polanco with a clutch hit there. Alrighty. Cal Raleigh. Been out here prior. Here we go. Miller out on the hill. Love this from Dan. Love this from Dan. Ball one. Let him go take this. Let him go take this damn thing, Dan. He's earned the opportunity. 1-0. Hit up into the air here. Short little pop up. Julio's all over it, though. Out number one. Partly where you feel confident here is that outside of really the Springer home run, the balls that have been lifted in the air by this Toronto lineup are not being exactly hammer stroked. It's off the end of the bat. It's kind of a weak little lot knocked up in the air. I know with Dan here, there's going to be maybe a draw with Guerrero out there to bring out a power arm on Guerrero. First at bat, he gave it a ride to center field. Strike inside with the splitter. And I can get the pull here to make the change. I really can. I think it's just a little too early, and you got to trust it here. You got to just kind of roll with the horse you rolled in on through this game. And it's risky. As you just saw last inning, the big bopper in your lineup bopped. Outside. Definitely want him to be careful like he is here. When Guerrero hammered that pitch in the first inning to dead center field, he did so on a plate pitch that was a little high right in the center of the plate. Swing and a miss. Splitter. Beautiful pitch. Beautiful pitch. He went right over the top of that one. One and two. Bouncing ball here. Blanco up with it. He gathers, throws him out at first base. 2 men down. Well done, Bryce. Come on, buddy. Give me one more. Give me one more. Ball inside. Ball. Ball two. Fastball, a little bit high. Miller, 70 pitches for the game here. After a 27-pitch first inning, he's really been able to get through some quick ones. Ball four. Oof. See what Dan does here. Looks like he's going to make the change. Well, I got the pitching coach coming out rather than Dan. So maybe just a little bit of a discussion thing here. How you feeling? Where you at? What are you thinking here on Kirk? He's nodding. I got this. I feel good. Let him finish, Jordan. I'm with him, man. Let him finish. Give him a chance. 2 outs into this inning. It's 1 walk. Nothing wrong with being careful to essentially the 4-hitter in the lineup, right? You're gonna allow a free pass with 2 outs to the 4-hitter. You're okay with that. Come back down, knuckle down. Let's get this guy. Finish this day. And what a day it will be if you can get this knocked out. Miller comes set. Strike. Slider. Good pitch. Alejandro Kirk, 0 for 2 with 2 flyouts. Hit 200 this postseason with 2 home runs. Ball 1. Slider misses outside. Swing and a miss. Back with the sinker. 2 sliders to the sinker. I think Alejandro thought he was getting a fastball there. And just kind of waved through it just a little bit there. 1 and 2. Bury him with the slider here. They tried to. He was able to just get a little bit on top of it there. Runner was running from first base. One-two pitch. Miller trying to finish this day off. Knocked up into the air. I don't think he got anything on that. And another weak fly out to left field. And Bryce Miller puts the finishing touches on a very, very good day. This dangerous lineup of the Blue Jays held to 1 meager run through 6 innings. Hell of a job by Bryce today. Nice work, kid. Six innings, outlasts Gosman on the other side of it. 3 Ks, 3 walks. Careful where he needed to be careful. Strong where he needed to be strong. Aggressive where he needed to be aggressive. And you've also now set this bullpen up on top of a really good day because because you tend to have to in the playoffs call upon your bullpen so early in these games, which then just really strains the bullpen. Now you've been able to slide this up in the right way for your bullpen to set it up for them. Say nothing if we could just play a little bit of tack on. A little extra. A little bit of a here 1-2 you go. A little here 2-3 run thing, you know? How about Miller, though? Kid comes in, nerves are through the roof. Dodgy first inning. I mean, my man gives up a home run on a really nice pitch. You give a home run on the black, hard to shake your finger at the pitcher on that one. And that's what happened. So sometimes hitters, these are professionals, they make good swings. That's what happened, but he did a really good job today working his pitches, finding really some pinpoint control here beyond that first inning. And these Blue Jay hitters just could not get good contact on him. Dialed in. I do think that's probably going to be the last of it, though, for him. You're going to try to trust in Gabe Alvarado and Brash and Munoz to close this thing down through the rest, I would reckon a guess. And if they can hold some things down, you're in a position here to potentially not have to face the middle of that order of Blue Jay lineup until back into the ninth. I think an interesting thing you've seen in this game too here is you already lose Bo Bichette in this series. He's out for the Blue Jays, which this is a strong enough lineup to overcome that. But then you got Luke's go out in this game, the right fielder as well, having to then go to Straw. Maybe making the Blue Jays lineup just a bit more manageable. David Phillips, what's the game time tomorrow? I got to check. Probably should check since I might be streaming the damn thing. $2:00 tomorrow is going to be the game time. Eugenio Suarez steps up to the plate. First pitch, swinging strike. Eugenio 0 for 2. Varland out on the hill now for the Blue Jays. Eugenio, what do you want, man? There's your pitch. I mean, he gets 2 four-seam fastballs, dead red, right in the middle of the plate, basically. I mean, not in the middle of the plate, but there's some middle of the plate-ish action there. Varland's got a kind of rising fastball, though, that can be easy to get underneath and foul back. He does miss on this pitch, 1-2. Come on, Eugenio. Ball. There we go. Don't swing at that weak-ass knuckle curve. Another knuckle curve in the dirt. You see the knuckle curve with him, he ain't throwing that for a strike. Dead red fastball here all the way. I think he was expecting another knuckle there. Eugenio with a defensive swing and fouls it back 3-2. This is fastball all day for you, Eugenio. It's got a 3-2 count. He's not going to trust that knuckle curve to throw it for a strike right now. And he's not going to put the opening batter of this lineup on base with a walk on the back of a bald knuckle curve. Four-seamer all day. There it is. 99 down the middle of the plate. Fouls it back. I would be gobsmacked if he threw another knuckle curve here in this at bat right here. And Eugenio gets a fastball and smashes it. The ball's drifting deep. The ball's up off the top of the wall. Almost put that thing out. He'll get into second base with just a pure double. 99-mile-an-hour fastball that Eugenio just shot into center field. Great job there by Eugenio. Look for that pitch. You know it's coming there. Stay locked into it and do something with it when you get it. Missed a home run there by just a foot. I mean, the indentation in the wall literally shows you that another 4 inches and that thing's a home run. All right, Dom, let's get him in. Ball 1. Canzone out here. Blue Jays are going to stay with Varland. All you got to do is just roll it over, dude. Check swing. Didn't go. 2-0. Just roll it over. Just roll it on over. Roll it second base side. That's all you got to do is roll it on over that second base side. There we go. Just what he does. He rolls it over to second base, but that's a beautiful thing because that moves over Eugenio to third base now. Let's play some small ball, Victor Robles. Little small ball. The Toronto infield will come up to try to prevent a run on a ground out. Eugenio's got decent speed on the base paths. Ball one, check swing, didn't go. Again here with Victor, another bounced ball there with the knuckle curve. Okay, so this is part of this guy's arsenal. I got to throw it out of my scouting report now as the batter standing up at the plate. He can't throw that thing for a strike. So it's slider fastball city here. I'm 1-0 in this count. I'm looking just for fastball here, frankly. Boy, he got one and just missed it. Got a hanging slider there. But he just hit it foul. Come on, Victor. How'd he throw a knuckle curve strike? Can't believe it. Victor swung at it. Can't believe that either. Find a way to make contact here, buddy. Swing at strikes. Swung at the knuckle, threw another knuckle curve, and he swung at that one too, out of the zone. I would have just eliminated that. Like the one freakish moment he got it as a strike over there on Victor, I would have just been like, all right, good pitch. You're not gonna throw it for a strike twice in this at bat. And then just sit on the slider and the fastball. Hopefully JP's been recognizing this a little bit here for this at bat. Outside, ball one with the fastball. 2 outs, runner on third, 1-0 count to Crawford. Mariners up 2-1, top of the 7th. Outside, ball 2, good eye there, JP. Look for your pitch here, man. We've seen so often with JP in these situations, you get a big-time clutch home run, swat it out to left field. Ball 3. Stays outside. No doubt probably going to continue to take here. It's a fastball down the middle there, 3-1. Oh, they call a strike on the outside part of the plate. And Crawford did not like that call, and he's got a reason not to like it. That was a ball 4 right there. Umpire hasn't missed a lot of calls in this game, but he has missed a few. Ball hit hard, but right at the second baseman. He gathers it up and throws Crawford out at first, and that will take us to the middle of the 7th inning. Mariners unable to capitalize on Eugenio's opening double there. Small ball continues to be problematic for the team at times here. Problema automatico. Yeah, tough time for the ump to called a relatively good game, but that's just the tough time of the game right there to have a call like that. It's pretty blatant ball. Pretty blatant. So we got our Mariners here going to deal with kind of middle-ish order of the order now. Spire is going to come in out of the pen. He'll get Varsho, Clement, and Santander to start out this inning. we need to pitch great. We need Gabe to be Gabe now. Now, at the last two appearances, what we've seen Gabe. Come on, buddy. Yeah, inches from a home run. What can you do, man? That's baseball for you sometimes. About the last 6 games to Mariners this postseason, they've had so many close home runs too, though. It has been tough with so many that are just right on that line. You do get the left-handed Varsho matched up with Gabe here, so you do like that. Thanks for reminding me of that, Kevin. If you can for me, folks, we're going to be doing a lot of Mariner coverage here through the playoffs. Hopefully, if they get out the World Series, and I'd love people to be here checking out this channel. The way that you can help to point and lead people to this channel for this postseason, for this Mariner run, is to hit that like button and say, this is what you want to be watching, because folks are looking for some play-by-play or pitch-by-pitch, and we can provide that for them here. Please do hit that if you can. I really do appreciate it. Big shout out to all of you guys riding with me long today on double duty, the double stream. And the key with Gabe coming in today, and I think a big draw to the successful point potentially for this team here is come in and throw strikes. Come in and work the count. Don't get wild with the ball and get too nibbly-pimbly. Just like that. First pitch, strike, foul back. Here we go, Gabe. Four and three record here. 2.61 ERA. A little struggle the last 2 appearances for him. He's a good bullpen arm. Another fastball foul back here by Varsho. 0-2. He's shaking off Cal. This is outside on the fastball. Outside, slider missing away. Skied up in center field, right at Julio Rodriguez, and he will make the play there. Out number 1. Blue Jays with the most comeback wins in Major League Baseball this year, 49. That was the most. So this is not a team that's going to go easy into that good night. Hit up into the air here to right field. Robles is underneath it, and he's got it, and that's out number 2. Anthony Santander steps into the plate here. He's 1 for 2 in this game, 3 for 12 this postseason. Gabe trying to get through a nice, clean as a whistle inning of work. Strike, slider, right in the middle of the plate. Ooh, hit hard. Right at Randy Arozarena, dive for the ball. Great speed, great jump on the ball to get there to it. That thing looked like trouble off the bat. But Randy able to engage ignition switch. Alpha, Bravo, booster engines engaged. And dives out and just plucks that ball from the turf top for a nice catch. Woo! Let's go. Let's go. End of the 7th. Mariners maintain a 2-1 lead. That's championship baseball right there. Great pitching. Great job in the outfield. Randy's got some wheels out there. Got some wheels. Let's go. That's a hard ball to get a jump on because it's hooking off the bat. You know, it's got this kind of slice to it, and your initial instinct is probably a little bit sometimes as a left fielder off the bat to be like, oh, get to the gap. And then suddenly it's kind of careening away from you. So you got to get the right jump to the right spot on that just to make sure that you're not taking a false step in the wrong direction, which he doesn't do there. He's on it the whole way, laser locked in. And then you got to complete the process by getting the glove in the right space to make the catch and pick it up off the dirt before it hits. Yeah, I agree. Let's get some more runs, man. Let's get some more runs. Domingos is going to come out here for the Blue Jays, their 4th reliever of the game so far here. As we move to the top of the 8th. Mariners will have the top of their order up at the plate here. Rosarina, Raleigh, Rodriguez. Just believe, Judah. Just believe. Colbree says, Randy's a dog in left field. Casuals get thrown off by some of his tactics, but he's elite. Yeah, he can scoot back there. Keon Lund. Man, thank you for the $10 donation, Keon. And not your first one today. Thanks for all of your support. So incredibly kind of you. Says, thanks for the streams today. Top of the order. Let's go, Ems. Make this a great Seattle sports day. Well, thank you for that, Keon. And indeed, make this one of our maybe better sports days in recent memory. To get this kind of dub today in this way would be just magic a little bit, especially to start this series off. Get yourself with maybe a bit of flipping the home field advantage of this series a tiny bit here. Let's get this dub. Steal one away. Randy up at the plate now. How often do we sometimes see a guy go out and make a great play in the field and then come back and put a lick on that baseball at the plate? Sir Anthony Dominguez. It's a $10 handle of a name. 1-0 here. 2-0 here to Randy, up a little bit high. Randy 0 for 3. Ground out, pop up, and a strikeout. Strike at the knees. Nice sinker there. High. Ball 3. Nothing better than an opening walk here. Thank you again, Keon, man. Appreciate the donations and all your support. You're awesome, bro. You're awesome. Ball 4. Outside. Dominguez. Allowing an open walk here to begin this inning. And that man, that big dumping man, Cal Raleigh, steps up to the plate, having launched one of the clutch home runs of the year. A day where it seemed like there was not a run to be found. He found one fast. Oh, he got his pitch there. I think he can believe he threw it there. Check, swing, strike. Like, you put that right there, the middle of the plate. 0-1. Foul back, 0-2. Nice pitch on the outside part of the plate there. Cal's kind of shaking his head. I think he thinks he probably got 2 pitches there that he can do something with. Knowing it's going to be hard to get a third one in this at bat. Dominguez throws over to Rosarina here. This is usually a decent time to think about stealing a base because you know you're going to tend to get from the pitcher a breaking ball to try to get the swinger, the batter to chase. Breaking ball is a little easier to get, give you that little half step extra. Check swing on the splitter, and he goes around. Strike 3. Couple nice splitters thrown here from Dominguez here. A little wild on the first batter, but good little splitters here right at that spot. The zone's kind of the perfect spot for it, just right at the top of the knees. Julio Rodriguez steps in, 1 for 2 with a walk. Ball goes back to the backstop. Randy, who was stealing, will go and get second base. It's a hell of a time to steal the base on a wild pitch, huh? Catcher maybe saw him running, and that may have factored into the catcher not getting in front of that ball. It would make maybe a little bit of sense. He was trying to set up too quick for the throw. 1-0 count. They're going to try to keep Randy here close at second. They don't want to let him get third here. Make him throw you a strike, Julio. Outside. He steals third. Let's go. That away, Randy. Leadoff batter taken 2. Love the aggressiveness, huh? I'll tell you what. Dominguez has got one hell of a big leg kick. And that's another factor here on this is that, Dominguez is trying to be careful with Julio. Again, coming back to you got a good chance he's going to throw a breaking ball here. You got the big leg kick. Three and 0 here. Julio fouls it back. 3-1. Outside. Good eye, kid. Makes him throw him a strike. Second walk for Julio. Good sign. His approach in this game has been great. Line drive, single, and 2 walks. We saw in that last series, Julio and Cal picking their moments to come in and help things out and really help carry the lineup here and there at times. Doing so again today. 3 of 6 in this game with 2 walks for Julio and Cal, the middle of your order. With a home run. That'll do. That'll do. Jorge Polanco steps up. You'll probably bring the first base and third baseman in at the edges. You'll keep them straight up at shortstop and second base for the double play. 1 man out. Mariners up 2-1. Top of the 8th inning. Runners on first and third. Blue Jays trying to kind of figure out what they want to do from a pitching standpoint here. Have a meeting at the Hill and a little bit of discussion going on. Jorge 1 for 3 with right with Cal and huge clutch single back in his last at bat. Does he got another one here in the chamber? High, ball 1. Good high there by Jorge. Just outside the zone. Dominguez comes set. Oh, swung right through the top of a splitter there. You got to figure you're going to get a healthy dose of splitters because splitters induce a lot of ground balls, and he wants the double play, and he does not want you to lift this ball. It gets hard to lift splitters. You have a tendency to then pop them up when you do that. Requires that much more discipline on a level stroke. Bounces the ball at home plate. 2-1 now. So he gets the count back in his favor. So it's splitter comes down. That uppercut stroke is only going to lead to pop-ups. Bring it on the level plane. Bring it on a level plane. And you can deal with that. And you can hit it with some force. Especially because it's not going to come through with it's not come through with the same heat of a fastball. Gets on top of this one. And does just enough there on that. Let's go, base hit. Base hit, and it scores a run. 3-1 Mariners. Let's go. Little tack on action there. And he does just that. I think that was a fastball, technically speaking. But stay on top of it here. And why do you stay on top of it? Because you have the first and third baseman in at the sides. You got the first baseman holding Julio on, and that second baseman trying to play a double play depth. So there's going to be that little bit of a hole you can crank through as a lefty. And every lefty's aware of this. It's like the little freebie you get. And then you got to run on first. You're going to get a little natural gap there for where your stroke will naturally take it when you yank the ball. And you saw he didn't even have to yank that with a tremendous amount of power to pull that to that side and sneak that through, because you've got the split between the first baseman holding the runner and the second baseman playing pure second base double play depth. So 1 man out, Mariners up 3-1. Runners on first and second. You got Naylor up. I'm guessing the Blue Jays are going back in the bullpen to go to another lefty here, especially considering the last look of Naylor against the lefty they had out there. Mason Flaherty. Boy, that's a Canadian name, isn't it? A Mason Flaherty. Mason Flaherty. Mason Flaherty, 80. Mason Flaherty, eh? What runners do we have on now? First and second, first and third, or just first? Brain cramp. First and second right now. Wasn't quite hit hard enough to get Julio up over to third there. Yeah, that is a Canadian name. Double steal is calling it. David's calling double steal. I could go for it. I don't mind getting risky here. You do like that same thing you had with Polanco. You do like that you create here, David, where you do have holding the first base side, I believe. Of course, you have a runner on second, so maybe not there, but I would think they're still maybe going to try to keep that runner tight. David, you got the chorus saying double steal. Let's go. All right, you guys sold me. Double steal. Ooh. What's going on with the umpire here the last couple? Come on, Blue. That was a ball that he called a strike on the inside part of the plate. Flaherty tries to throw out Julio. They're reading David's mind here. They're thinking double steal too as they try to pick off Julio there at second base. Five relievers here for the Blue Jays, definitely getting into this pen early in this series. Naylor, swing and miss. Swung so hard his helmet fell off. 0-2. He was looking for a 3-run shot right there. Naylor 0 for 3 today. Line out, fly out, strike out. Outside, way outside, 1 and 2. Matt Brash ready to go in the top of the 8th inning for the Mariners. Naylor ready to go at the plate. Ooh, another poor swing. Couple of tough at-bats there against the lefties here in this game for Naylor. He swings and misses. Strike 3, 2 outs. All right, let's see if Eugenio, who had the mightiest double that you'll ever see in your life there off the high end of the high side of the fence in center field in his last at-bat, is going to attempt to see if he can clutch this way through one more time here for the Mariners. One little more extra run at 4-1 would be so very nice. I know it's greedy. It's a little greedy, but it'd be nice. Got the lefty on righty action here. High. Is that a freaking goodness? Come on, Blue. The umpire's starting to chap my hide. My hide is getting almost officially chapped. 0-1. High. Oh, why not that a strike, huh? Mm-hmm. I feel like Eugenio does pretty good against lefties. 1-1 pitch. Inside. Good eye, bud. Cutter. Got a little bit away from Flaherty. Cutter got away from me. It's a hard pitch to pitch. It's not easy, eh? It goes where it wants. 2-1. Trying to pick off. Okay. Looked like the second baseman didn't get the memo on the pickoff attempt. All right. Odd timing to be worried about the steal attempt there on a 2-1 count. I don't think Julio's going here. Foul. Back. 2-2. Better be safe than sorry, I suppose. Two. Knockback foul. Staying alive. Do. 2-2 count. Swing and a miss. Got him to chase. Chase City. All right, well, you got one more on here. Bullpen, offense is giving you the way. Even a little bit of room for error. Sean S. Hey, Brandon, have you seen the movie Strange Brew? You know I have. You know it. It's got one of the all-time great, like, Looney Tunes decisions in a movie that's just hilarious to me. And that's where the guys who love beer get stuck in a vat of beer. And it's so silly. They get stuck in a vat of beer. Spoiler alert. Look, the thing came out in 1982. So if you haven't seen this, that's on you. They get stuck in a vat of beer. and they're going to drown. So then the only way that they can get out of it is they have to drink all the beer in the vat. And so then they come out and they're all inflated. And then there's a fire going on in the same building that they're just coming out of. And so they then are able to put the fire out with their pee. It's so stupid and ridiculous, but so funny to me. And it's been funny to me for 30 years. It's as ridiculously filmed and shown as it sounds if you haven't seen the movie. The movie's not necessarily a particularly good movie. It probably hasn't aged well. It's definitely it's about pro beer, drinking that Canadian beer, but very funny. Will says the Blue Jays have only 2 hits on the night. The pitching has been lights out. Yeah, Gabe came in there and held the line perfectly. Throwing strikes, working things nicely here. Shout out to them. Brash coming in now. You got him. Just you go, hey, guys, we got this. No extra inning and a third work tonight. No 2 innings you got to work tonight. No 6. I'll give you got 1 inning here, 1 inning here, 1 inning here. We're chopping it up just as you would, you'd hope. And hopefully that can be enough. Come on, Brashy. Come on, man. Trust your stuff. Make him hit it. Great job. Strike on the sinker. First pitch here to Jimenez, the 9-hole hitter. Go 9-1-2 here. Batted over to Josh Naylor's side. Out number 1. Quick and easy. There we go. We go. Good job, kid. Come in, throw strikes, man. You got A+ stuff. Trust it. George Springer steps up. He's the man responsible for the 1 run of the Blue Jays, which happened on the very first swing of the game. Strike, slider. Blue Jays trying to take a pitch here and get guys on. He was able to hammer a ball just off the plate. Swing and a miss on the slider. Strike 2. Brash has got just some electric stuff. Actually, he fouled that one off. Sorry. Swing and a miss. Slider. Swept that thing across the plate and 4 inches outside and still got him to swing at it. Wonderful pitch by Brash. 2 men down. And the Toronto Blue Jays are going to pinch hit. You had Lukes go out of this game for them in right field after he hit a ball off his thigh. Then Straw came in. He was 0 for 1. He's now out of the game. They're going to bring Schneider out now. And Raleigh set up here. Takes ball 1, slider. Strike. Slider there at the knees again. David Schneider's got a beefy mustache. He's worked on that one for a while. Brash coming set here. 1-1 pitch. Hit up into the air here into right field. Robles has got a track on it. He will get it. Out number 3. 3 more outs to go here for your Mariners. But they got a bat first at the top of the 9th inning. Wonderful job by Spire and Brash. Coming in. Don't get nimbled. Don't get over nimbly. Nimbly on the edge here. Nimbly on the edge there. Play with this hitter over here. Go after these guys with your guys' good stuff. Trust in what got you here. Throw strikes, make them swing the bat. Saw right there, the Toronto hitters were taking that sort of thing you did back even Little League days, right? You get down by a run or two, it's a close game, near the end of the game. Hey, we just got to get on base. Take a first pitch strike. Coach would tell you, take a first pitch strike. Judah says, y'all believe yet? I believe. I believe, Judah. I said, I believe, Judah. Refuse to lose, Barbara. Refuse to lose. And Jordan, it's not over yet. You're getting the toughest part of the order coming up in that bottom of the ninth inning. So it ain't going to be easy. It ain't going to be easy. Buddy Johnson, Brandon, bro, have you heard of a guy with two last names? Go Hawks. Hey, you know, they're out there. They exist. Go Hawks, Brody. Joe Smith says 8 innings, 1 run in Toronto. Don't look now, but that's how contenders play. Let's go. And you're going Munoz ninth, Brian, for show. Part for preservation, part for this is how you put this through and to win games in the regular season. You know, this is the closeout mode of things. Best on best. You love how Brash pitched. Preserve him out there to be able to call upon him tomorrow if you need to. And who knows, maybe even this inning we can try to sneak something out here with one more. Dare I wonder if we can find one more itsy bitsy, itty bitty, teeny tiny, just one more run in there, you know? Just one more. That's right, Barbara, just win that whole effing thing. Just go win it. Main Street Paul. So the Niners lose Fred Warner with an ankle injury, and they are 4-2. It's kind of a triple hit situation for them to me. You know, his loss causes them to get the loss today because maybe that game changes if he's out there versus not. That loss just adds a pure loss to the record where you're 4-2 now. And then the third part of this being that this possibly really takes them away from even considering trying to make a trade deadline deal move, which we all know they probably really need to do at this point, considering the massive amount of pile-up injuries that they have had to sustain. So a tough loss for the Niners on a couple different levels today. Canzone up the plate now. 7, 8, 9 hitters here for your Mariner lineup. He'll take ball 1 outside. Jeff Hoffman now out on the hill, the 6th Toronto Blue Jay pitcher here for them today. Hit hard down the line on a splitter foul, 1-1. More pushing for the cushion inning. That's right, Addicted. Give me a little more of that pushing. 1-1 count. High, good eye by Canzone. Splitter got away from Hoffman there a little bit. Strike inside at the knees. 97 mile an hour fastball. 2-2. Canzone must have been looking at something different there. Meager swing there. Rolls it over to the right side. Out number 1. And indeed, tomorrow I'll get the show set up tonight after the stream. We'll be doing a 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time stream tomorrow of the Mariners Blue Jays. So please do tune in on for that. Your smoke is ready to roll in the Mariner pen. Victor Robles up at the plate, 0 for 3. High slider there. Okay. Robles 2 strikeouts and a flyout in this game. Outside, ball 1. 1-1. This ball flared out into right field, bouncing just on the edge of right field, picked up by the second baseman, but he cannot get Victor Robles in time. Just a seeing eye little single there into the little border edge of right field, just outside the infield dirt. He just kind of fought it off. And the second baseman just couldn't get over there to make a good enough throw to get him in time. Robles, of course, has got some wheels to him. Nice base hit there. Crawford up the plate. 0 for 3, 3 ground outs for him in this game. Hoffman will keep Robles close over there at first. Got to be aware of the Mariners potentially being really aggressive here, and they don't seem to be fearing at all, really, Kirk behind the dish as far as what he does. They're willing to test it. I will say as well, like we had with Dominguez and Hoffman, you've got that big leg kick thing going on, which should inform a little bit of Crawford here that you're probably going to be getting fastballs a little bit more at the forefront of this, at least early on in this at bat. And that's what he gets, back-to-back fastballs here. Two-0 count. Batted back foul there. Again, another fastball. He's not going to want to fade that off-speed stuff today, man. So you know what you're going to get here, probably, JP. Don't do too much with it. Just kind of work it out to left if you need to there. Batted here over to the side. I think Robles was running with the pitch, so he's going to get to second base. Not an opportunity to turn the double play. Tough to hit the office here for Crawford. And that'll bring up two men down. Runner on second here for Randy Arozarena. Randy 0 for 3. Had a walk and 2 really big stolen bases. His last time up. Can he clutch this thing up? Swing and a miss on the slider. Oh and 1. Swing and a miss on another slider. 0 and 2. That was worse than the first swing. How late am I going to push it after the 9th? We probably won't go a long time, Slobby one. I got to do the Seahawk wrap-up video. So I still got about a five hours of work I got to put in tonight on that video. So it's probably need to pivot into that pretty quickly after the game. 3 sliders in a row. Randy just stares at this last one and takes, and that's strike 3. So it's on Munoz. You got a little bit of room for error, buddy. But you got to face the middle of this lineup, so it ain't going to be easy. Herrero, Barger, Kirk. In that order to start this off. But yeah, we'll probably just a little bit of a post-game wrap on that, Slobby. As much as anything, just because the night's going to extend out, and then we got a 1 o'clock game tomorrow with the Mariners. So kind of a quick turnaround, if you know what I mean. Three more outs in an ALCS first game victory for the Seattle Mariners if they can blow it. Pitching has been so good here. Can it hold up through one more inning? Barbara, thank you for reminding me of that, folks. Please do hit that like button. Sub on up if you get a chance. We're trying to push through to 30,000 subs here. That's our next goal at this channel. And we're making some good headway there, but you can help us get there even closer by hitting that like button today, subbing on up today. I'd really appreciate it. Okay, the Mariners close out a wonderful opening game here. Resiliency, battle-tested. Certainly something that you would say about this Mariner club. This is also a Blue Jay team. More comeback victories than anybody in baseball this year. Oh my God. Perna's curse wheel got the lines this week. Oh man, that curse wheel, that bloody curse wheel. Andres Munoz, Senor Smoke, comes out of the pen here, 38 of 45 and save opportunities with a 1.73 ERA. See what you got here, buddy. Guerrero stepping up to the dish. 0 for 3 on the day. Can Andres close it out? Somebody throw a beach ball out on the field. First pitch, ball outside. Strike. Fastball right at the middle portion of the plate. Blue Jays' past couple of innings have put at the forefront, taking a pitch, first pitch. Batted ball to the foul third base side. It has the past couple innings. They need 2 runs, so you get it in one respect, but another respect is put you behind the count a little bit at times as an approach here. 1-2. Batted ball here. Crawford up with it at the shortstop position, and he will easily throw out Guerrero for out number 1. 2 more to go. Can't let up here. Come on, Andres. Come on, man. Come on, buddy. Addison Barger up at the plate. 0 for 1, 2 walks here in this game. Bryce Miller looking on. Sensationally pitched game on his part. First pitch swinging. Hit up into the air. Skied out into center field. Julio's up with it. 2 men down. 2 men down. Bottom of the 9th. Mariners up 3-1. Alejandro Kirk up at the plate. 0 for 3. Can Munoz close the door on game 1 and Seattle come in dreary, blurry-eyed after a 15-inning game to close out their Tiger series? Strike. Top of the zone. First pitch. Well-rested Blue Jay team on the other side, playing at home. But a gritty Mariner team at that, huh? 0-1. Missed there. Ball 1. Oh, they said the check swing went. 0-2. 1 strike away. 1 strike away. Munoz set. Knocked up into the air. This is playable. Crawford there. Arena there. Randy Arena gets it. And the Mariners close it out. Arena got it, and we are done. What an opening game for your Mariners as they take it 3-1. First game of the series, taking back home field advantage, and we know how big that factors in for this Mariner team. Just felt it in the last series. First ALCS win for your Mariners since 2001 against the New York Yankees. Bryce Miller out on the hill. Everyone thinking he's going to have to just hopefully get through maybe 3-4 runs and he can just get through 5 innings. Maybe we can get him to do that. No, I'm going to shut these bats down. First pitch, home run, flushes it, nerves up through the roof in that first inning, settles it, locks it in, gets that win. Incredible victory here today for the Seattle Mariner team. More work to be done. It ain't over. It ain't over, but a big, mighty, gigantic first step to getting to where you're looking to go. So close. So close to history. Game stolen, game won, and an epic day for Seattle sports. Seattle Seahawks go out and get a win on the road in Jacksonville, turn to 4-2. Seattle Mariners take the first game of the ALCS 3-1. Cal Raleigh coming through at a time where the lineup is completely ice cold, dumps one back in the seats, kickstarts a little bit of that momentum. Guys playing aggressively. Randy Arozarena on the base paths, getting the 2 stolen bases there to set it up in the position. Polanco with the clutch base hit out into left field. The bullpen nails. 3 innings of work between Spire, Brash, and Munoz, and not one hit, one walk. Not one hit, not one walk. A lot of tip of the caps today across the board here on this Mariner team to go get this win. Great team effort. But what a job by these Mariner pitchers to quiet these bats. And the youngster and Miller can be a forgotten man here in this rotation. He starts out initially with your Mariners. When he comes onto the scene, just lights out, sensational. A little bit of steadying himself this year, refining his footing. Comes out with a very nice start here in this game. And that's as clutch as it gets. Ben says, great day for Seattle sports fan from Alaska. Amen, Ben. Shout out to you out in Alaska, man. Great day for a Seattle sports fan. We don't always get a lot of these. That's a savor the flavor situation if there ever was one. The Mariners are knocking on the door. They're knocking on the door. And I'll tell you, 2001, that first ALCS, you want to talk about different feelings and vibes of where you were at. That Yankee team felt like it spent its way to a World Series no matter what. And that your team, even though you had the 115 wins and you played so well, felt even as you got that first win overmatched up against that Yankee team with where they were. I don't feel overmatched in any of these teams we potentially could face in this playoffs. I think we can stand with these teams. And I think we can absolutely stand with these teams. Nolan says, pretty good. Timestamp guy, what's up, man? Big shout out to you. Always appreciate all of your help on getting those timestamps in there because I'm awful at going back and tracking that stuff down. 7th, 8th, and 9th each took 8 pitches. Nice to not need 150 pitches from the bullpen. Great point there, timestamp guy, and that this has some reverberations down through the rest of this series. You have a Blue Jay squad that goes deep in their bullpen. Maybe nobody works a lot, but you're going into almost all of your arms in that bullpen here in the first game. And then you have your Mariners. You don't overtax the guys that come in there because Miller's able to get through the full 6 innings, which is highly unusual in the playoff baseball. These managers are going to go to their bullpens really quick. To get 6, it's almost like getting 8 in a regular season game. And you preserve off a bullpen that probably outside of, Brash, Inspired Munoz with some of those other guys that could probably use a little bit of the extra time in there. As far as rest goes, that ain't the worst thing. And all of these guys now can be, to your point, with just the few pitches they've thrown. Spire threw 8 pitches, Brash 8 pitches, Munoz 8 pitches. All those guys fully ready at that point to come back out there tomorrow if you need to call upon any of them or all of them. Great point. Huge steal on the road, BK. Huge steal on the road. Yeah, Bryce Miller was filthy. And you got to give the kid credit because there's times as an athlete when you walk out there, especially from a pitching standpoint, that you just don't always have your A stuff, or it takes you a moment to kind of settle in and find yourself. And when your new nerves are running through the roof and your hands shaking, and you can talk all day about, well, that's what you got to be a pro. You got to be, dude, it's another level when you're in the playoffs, when you've gone through this grind of a 4.5 month season. You know that there's no room for error. You know that you're this close to getting to becoming a champion. Human nature is that adrenaline just starts pumping a little bit extra. And you could feel that from Bryce, it felt like early in the game. His eyes were big like saucers, and he was sweating down the side of his face, and he was a little out of sorts there to begin things. And still, rode through that first inning, got out of trouble in the second inning, settled in, locked in, found his groove, found his rhythm, and was able to just spot his pitches, set those hitters up, keep them off balance. What stood out today is he didn't luck into this where it's like the Blue Jays had 10 or 11 line drive strokes off the bat that just couldn't find a hole, couldn't find a landing spot out there in the outfield. If he was getting these guys swinging, it was weak swings off the end of the bat, ball getting popped up meekly just on the edge between outfield and the infield, and a lot of those at that. And that speaks to him in a lot of ways dominating the hitters on the day, that he was able to get those kind of weak swings through a lineup that is so good. I think too, you start to see that this Toronto lineup at its full strength is dangerous as hell. But you lose Bo Bichette, one of your better hitting shortstops in the sport, very valuable member of this lineup. And then you have Lukes in this game go out after he hits the ball off of his thigh in this game. We'll see where he stands for tomorrow after that thing has a chance to swell up tonight, and that they may have to go back to their backup there tomorrow as well in that. So, they might be down a couple hitters here as well. Not that I'm hoping for it, but that something to maybe monitor and track with this Blue Jay team here through the next couple of games of this series. Seahawks go. Says Blue Jay fans said they were going to sweep Mariners. I bet they did. As somebody said, they get to be a little mouthy, They get to feel themselves a little bit. Cool Breeze, we can reset. Plus, we get Woo back soon. I'm not mad. No, sir. No, sir. Woo is on the horizon. This is why I hated the Royals last, forcing Major League Baseball to create the pilots to avoid team number conflict and schedule. Oh, you're talking to Joe. Sorry. Well, Valdez, Cal is like that old truck that has 500,000 miles on it, but still comes through reliably. That's right, man. Ain't gonna have to change that. Ain't gonna have to change that transmission. Judah, you called it, bro. You called it. Well called on your part. When the faith was shaken in the chat, you stood strong and tall. Who's pitching tomorrow? Good ask. Let me find out. So undecided is where the Mariners are currently at versus Trey Savage. And Trey Savage, kind of interesting. Guys started 3 games for the Blue Jays in 2025. So not a guy with a lot of rich starting history for them. Kind of an interesting guy for them to have go game 2, huh? Kind of odd of a choice of a guy for them. Mariners are undecided, though, on that. Who's going tomorrow? Probably Gilbert game 3 and Woo 4. I'd imagine they try to give Woo another day if they can on that pack. Tomorrow's Thanksgiving. Bad Thanksgiving day for Canada. Yeah, they're going to be a little bit miserable maybe tomorrow. I'll tell you, the West Side's kind of, Vancouver side is Mariner-centric, though. They're not like all Blue Jays, ride or die. Big country, man. It's good to see you. One of my folks from the Crow's Nest over on their side says, what a game by Miller. Didn't know he had it in him, considering he has been this season. Yeah, he's been a little bit, a little wonky here. It's been a little bit tough for him to relock into that status of where he was when he first came on the scene, and he was so good. But he's got that ability in it. He's got that kind of arm talent. I don't know if he's a guy that's got, number one starter kind of upper end, but he can give you these kind of games. He's got good plus stuff across the board. As long as he's spotting and locating well, then he can be tough to deal with. Slubby1 says, thanks for the coverage, B-Dog. My pleasure. My pleasure. What a great day. And thank you for all of you guys who've experienced it here with me today and hung with me today to get to enjoy this just great Seattle sports day. I'm soaking it up, man. What a fun day. Little Lance says, Lions and Eagles don't look like world beaters. So I'm thinking Mariners World Series and Seahawks Super Bowl? Why not us? Hey, why not us, huh? Long-suffering fan base, loyal as hell, Mariner fans stacking that stadium as they flirt with 90 losses a season. Doesn't matter. We love you guys. We know you're coming around. Seahawks fans right there riding with their boys no matter what. Let's give them a double dip this year. Let's give them the greatest Seattle Seahawks year in their history, or just a Seattle sports season in their history. World Series and Super Bowl. Why not us, Lethal? Why not us? Carmen says, I didn't realize Ty France was a Blue Jay now. Yeah, is he over on their, he's on their bench, right? I don't think he's an everyday starter. Appreciate you, Joe. Charlie the Unicorn says, the weirdest thing was I never thought the Mims would lose the game once they tied the game. Ooh. I definitely felt confident once you got the lead, even the 2-1. You felt a sense of confidence because of how deep Bryce got in the game, how well he was working, that you could call upon your strength out of that bullpen, and that you weren't going to tax them to the nines to get there, where you had to bring them out in like the fifth inning, Gabe, and make it work with that. That was a very, very cool part, and I think that's part of what drove a little bit of that confidence for me too. Canadians wish they had guns like us. Man, the players in Battlefield 6 are so toxic. I'm still thinking about picking up the game or not, Save the Geese. I can't decide if it's like there's enough there that makes it seem like I'm really going to enjoy it or I'm going to get bored with it in like 2 nights. And I'm worried. Some of these games now, that's the way it kind of goes. Cat, let's go M's watching the game alone while listening to the Lions-Chiefs game, laughing out loud. Hell yeah, man. I'll definitely think it's opened up. There's no world beaters out here in the NFC. And Chiefs taking down the Lions this week shows you that. And that there's susceptibility across the board, and there's no world beaters, and that means it's wide open. Especially this year where there's so many injuries and so many random injuries that seem to stack up in the blink of an eye for teams. KC beats Lions. Glenn, I think the Mariners have a great mix of young and experienced players and different personalities. Indeed, they do. Indeed, they do. It's good, and really the exciting thing here with this Mariners team, if they get the series this year, is you talk about the bright future on top of winning a World Series. How about the farm system you have set up for this ball club? The farm system of grade A talent on deck, getting ready to break through and to reinforce those ranks behind these guys. And that you start to really now inject that in and potentially get good young players that are ready to play and that you've been able to mature right in the proper fashion to hit the ground running when they hit the major league team. And then you're not spending as much and you're able to kind of now afford to bring on pieces in other ways to reinforce over here. And it'd be great if that's what they can kind of pull here. They have set the stage for that. Charlie says best start of the season for Miller. Spent time on the IL and battled injuries early in the season. Easy to root for him. Oh, yeah. Definitely is. And the guy who's got an ability to be a key, integral part of this rotation now and into the future with his stuff, if he can stay healthy. Kind of the thing with these pitchers now, you know? They're all so power pitch based. All of them so very close to being susceptible with having to put so much torque on those arms to be in with injury. It's just, you've got the grade A stuff that then becomes the next part of it. Can you just stay healthy? Not really as much. Can you pinpoint? Can you find your control? Can you find enough different pitches to work to keep hitters off balance? It seems like the bottom line comes back to now is just, can you stay healthy and you'll be fine. Drunk says Huskies win, Mariners win, Seahawks win, and Win? What Kraken win? Sounders win? What else could get better? I don't know, man. I don't think it gets better than that. I'll get better. I don't think it better. Megan, you have a good night. We'll talk soon. I appreciate you. Thank you for all your help today. All you do. Jeff Logan, could we have another Soto doubleheader Sunday? I think it's possible. Let me see what they got on the script there. We could. Yeah. Well, no, because we've got a Monday night football game this week. So, Jeff, we got you'd have Sunday at 5:03, and then you'd have Monday night with the Texans. So we'd be free and clear. We just all baseball on next Sunday. But that's if we need the seventh game, I mean. If we need that much. I don't know if that's going to be a requirement, quite frankly. I'm not too sure. Ryan Ball says, Dan Wilson gave me hope in this team again. It's working out great. I feel like Dan in my chat a little bit at times here and watching the couple games I have has been kind of banged around a little bit by the fan base here and there. It's good to hear someone coming in and kind of having his back a bit because I think he's done a good job. And this is his first year as a manager and coming in and doing what he's done as a first-year manager. And just like with Mike McDonald on this, I mean, baseball is similar, I think, in certain ways. There's things you're going to have to learn. It's not always going to be you're going to be at your greatest in that first year as a manager. You're going to learn the ups and the downs and the ropes and how to manage games and that type of stuff. But especially that last game against the Tigers, I think you could definitely make the argument that he outmanaged the other guy across from him in that game. And some of his decisions really paid off. King Bomber says, Mariners going to win the World Series and we're going to win the Super Bowl. Let's go. John Naylor, thank you for the $5 donation. Oh, wait, sorry. Yeah. John Naylor, thank you for the $5 donation. John, appreciate that. Hawks win, 49ers loss, and M's win. To paraphrase the legendary Brian Wheeler, a.k.a. Wheels, it's a great day to be a Seattle fan. Ooh, baby. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. All I got to say to that.
Enough said.
Enough said. Enough said. It's going to be a sweet, sweet bed of rest tonight, John. On a pillow of dreams of multiple championships in 1 year. Hell of a day. Hell of a day. Niners lose, and not only Niners lose, but I'm not celebrating injury. It just is what it is for that Niner team. They've gotten bit by the snake once, twice, and now in the crotch. And that might be just a little bit too much venom for that Niner team. Tough for them on that, John. But maybe an opportunity for us. Appreciate the $5 donation. Thank you, ma'am. Very kind of you. Randall McDaniel in the house. I know you're feeling good. How you doing, brother? Appreciate the $5 donation. He says, second greatest sports weekend in my 45 years on this earth. Mariners, Hawks, Dogs, Niners and Ducks lose. Mariners have a legit shot at the thing. Let's fucking go. Hey, let's go, man. Let's go. And it don't get better than this. It don't get sweeter than this. 6 times. This is the sixth time your Mariners have been just merely in the playoffs. Just merely in the playoffs. And now they find themselves standing on the doorstep, 3 wins away from a World Series berth. Can they close this thing out? And that's with on deck. However the order is going to go here, that's with on deck to go get these next couple of wins. Gilbert, Castillo. Woo, woo. I'm going to do a Ric Flair. Woo. Got your big dogs on deck on that hill. Boy, this is as good as you can ask, isn't it, Randall? As good as you can ask. Yeah, hell of a weekend. Hell of a weekend for Seattle sports fans, and it's so cool for them. There's been a lot of long suffering out there, and as a guy that has followed the Mariners here and for many years, and this feels really good. For those that have watched every game for every year for the last 10 years, grinded it out on your leather ass, loss after loss, miserable crap show of offensive performance after miserable crap show of offensive performance, today you got rewarded. They finally have given you back something on that, and it's got to feel so extra good for you even. You feel so good for all Mariner fans like that, and because we all have been there. We've all been sitting and seen those games and been through the suffering and know the team feels close, but they're missing this thing they just don't have. And that's what you felt like coming into the playoffs is you finally had it. You finally were aggressive at the deadline. You got the Suarez. You got the Naylor. Robles coming back off injuries. Wow, suddenly we have lengthened this lineup out. Been great to see. Depoto's done great work, but it feels good, Randall. It does feel really good, man. We got a rightful reason to smile bigly tonight. Let's go, man. Let's go. Adixia says, Brandon, thanks for the sports coverage. Hope you have a blast at the next roundtable. Go Hawks. I'm going to have a good time at the roundtable. I'm going to be needling some former opinions on one Sam Darnold. Needling some opinions on one Kyler Murray. I won't be too toxic. It'll be like 23% of toxicity, you know? Just enough. Charlie says the way Cal handled the pitching staff in the postseason, pretty much flawless. Yeah, it's that discussion to the MVP stuff that comes into play on this, which is the stuff from a catcher standpoint you can track defensively, pass balls or lack of pass balls, how you throw runners out, but how you frame pitches, how you call games, how you deal with the pitching staff and recognizing when a guy needs a breath and come out there and talk to him and, hey, hold on here, let's catch your breath. There's some inherent things a catcher's got to do that just goes beyond the trackable statistic. And Cal checks those extra boxes off in every way that you could ask for a catcher. And it's the hard part about the MVP discussion that's so heavily driven by just merely stats. And he's got the stats to stand toe-to-toe with a judge, but it goes to all of what you bring as a player that should determine the MVP race. Did the Blue Jays have any other aces? Well, like Savage said, like Timestamp says below, Savage definitely took the Yanks down. I don't think that they've got necessarily a Skubal type that you're looking at here that you're worried about. But they have a very solid staff where it's not going to have any weaknesses to it either. You're going to have to earn your lunch. BB says, man, 30 years of a struggle. Every Seattle fan can relate. We can relate, man. It's been a tough franchise, and I think what stands out to me is that I don't want to hear anybody hang the moniker on my Seattle fellow fandom and telling me that we're bandwagon fans. I want those days should have been done long ago, but I most especially never want to hear it from anybody. The fact that this Mariner fandom has packed that stadium since basically that magical 2001 season. Fans made going to that stadium every summer a point of emphasis. We got to go see 5 or 6 Mariner games this summer. You got to do it. It's an experience. Everyone kind of says in Seattle. Win, loss, not making the playoffs, making the playoffs, they showed up. They've been loyal. In many ways, it's a lot of ways at times turned into more, and the way it sometimes feels is almost a baseball city at times. 19 straight Hawks Nest. What do you think we'll do with Harry Ford? I think you got first world problems a little bit. My estimation is the way that they've played this with their prospects so far, 19 straight, is that you're going to continue to hold on to guys and develop and develop and develop. And if you've got a roadblock, then you make the choice at that point as to what type of trade or how you want to make it. You got him a little bit of the cup of coffee here so far. I think it's early to determine what you're going to do with him, but he's part of that next crew of guys coming through this system where the Mariners have taken a slow approach. Part of what should get you excited as a fan is I'm not gassing you up on this. This is widely understood among baseball. This is widely understood if you look at the top prospect lists in baseball, that the Mariners, rather than trying to jumpstart microwave the situation as far as this lineup and what they've done in recent years, is they've kind of slowly added to the lineup here and there. They have found value-based signings. They've taken one-year flyers on guys, and they have kept their farm system slowly growing and slowly maturing and slowly developing. And they've not allowed the farm system to really be plundered. When they make a trade of a Luis Castillo, they're not really giving up their top prospects to do that. when you make the moves of Josh Naylor or Eugenio Suarez here in this trade deadline, you're not giving up your top prospects to do that. So you have set this up now for these guys to come on. And remember, this is what the Astros were really able to do before they really kind of started to spend money. They really had those young guys ready to all hit at the same time. And then they had some reinforcements like Jordan ready to come in behind them. And we're like, man, they got another one and another one and another one. And you start to get that feel, and that's how you can sustain that winning brand of baseball. And then it doesn't require necessarily the purse strings to come out at every turn. TJ says, good game, man. Good game. Don't get too cocky. We will prevail. It was a hell of a game in the opening stanza. We ain't going to go able to, we're not going to be able to moonwalk our way through this one. To your point, TJ. This team's got to keep this level of intensity if they want to go take it. And we'll see if they can go take it. But hard to say. Hard to say on that one. Joe says nobody can take this away from Miller. It's on the books. Fantastic game, 1 win in the ALCS. That's big time. That is big time. The nerves don't get higher in this. It ain't the normal, it ain't a normal week of pitching. It ain't just like every other game out there in the middle of July. You know what's at stake. You know the world's watching. It's a different level. Breeze, Cal, Hans, John Schneider every day and night. BB says, I bet the Blue Jays manager won't say it's not that hard to pitch to Cal. Probably won't. I didn't remember John making any comments about Cal. BP, Bryce Miller came to play, bro. BP says Demond Williams for Heisman campaign. Hey, you never know. You never know. Ross is having Battlefield 6 and this weekend. I don't want to go to work tomorrow. Maybe I'll have to get that game tonight in celebration just for fun. Just to revel in it all. King says Mariners might just get us a World Series. Come on, Mariners. Donnie, let's go, buddy. This is my pick in LCS. Dodgers over the Brewers. Man, Brewers are tough. But Dodgers got the armament to get it done. That is for sure. Cool Breeze 23% toxicity. I'm drinking 90 proof, laughing out loud. I'll be fighting the urge, Cool Breeze. The shot will be in my hand. I'll be playing with it in my fingers. Little sips. I'm going to want to draw it back. I'm going to take that thing smoothly back, man. All their little opinions about Darnold. Remember what they were saying? They all walked it back now, by the way. Like 2 shows ago, they all started suddenly forgetting that they all said that Kyler Murray was a top 10 quarterback when I walked in the doors last year at the roundtable. They're all like, what was it? Did I say that? I've never said that. I never said that. I didn't say that. Like, yeah, you all said it. Talking about here. Will says it won't be easy for whoever makes it between the Dodgers and Brewers either. They don't want to play against this pitching staff in a 7-game series. Yeah, I don't think so either. I think I like our chances. That's all I'm saying. I like our chances. Slowly One says, I'm 22, man. All this baseball stuff's new to me. Laugh my ass off. Well, hey, man, come aboard. It's a fun sport. Thrill House Brando, what do you think about Rico Dowdle for Carolina? I think it's very impressive what he's done. And I mean, it's you can't undersell that he's definitely gone out there and lit the world kind of on fire there for them the past couple of weeks, right? First things first, 23 carries, 200 yards last week, and then 30 carries, 183 yards, and then caught, 60 yards out of the backfield today. But, I mean, he also is the guy that in the first 3 weeks of the season had 9 yards, 30 yards, and 32 yards. So I would tend to think that there's a little bit of this to being a bit of a sample size, a little bit of this being to the fact that he's playing the Miami Dolphins and Dallas Cowboys in back-to-back weeks. And then do remember with this that the Carolina Panthers have put a significant amount of resources into their offensive line. Damian Lewis, Robert Hunt, they got Ikewanu And Ikawanu's a bit of a problem when it comes to pass protection, but he's a good run blocker. He'll get after you as a run blocker. So, they got a good run blocking system. It's going to help the back out in that way on that. So let's see them do it against more of a legitimate defense. I don't think he's going to light up like that, but cool story. And he's putting in work for people in fantasy who were able to pick that guy up off the waiver wire. I just don't know if it'll be sustained. Brian, he says, if I was a bandwagon fan, I'd give up on the Hawks 6 years ago. My thing with baseball is I don't like baseball, so I never paid much attention to the M's. I think that's completely fair. And it's something that people love to say in my lifetime about Seattle fans. And I thought it was always BS. And it's not fit to what I've known about people here and the support that they've had of any sports that's come through here. We didn't lose the Sonics because of lack of support. We lost the Sonics because Howard Schultz has never saw a profit margin he doesn't like and decided to throw the team away to the team that's going to give him the highest amount of money back, knowing that guy was going to then move the team. And okay, it's your choice to do that, I suppose, but that doesn't mean that we as a fan base weren't completely supporting that team and loving that team still. Hating to see them leave. Jason Charter says, just got the final score. Hell yeah, go M's. Go M's, man. Let's go. Go Breeze, they're hoping Dom gets hit, but they're pushing, not going to lie, other than the 4 home run game. I feel like he's been real cold. Yeah. Canzone's definitely, and he's had some pretty bad at-bats too. Him and both Eugenio will definitely have their share of at-bats where it's just like, what happened there? 3 pitches to nowhere. Charlie says the Mariner bandwagon is open and has plenty of seats for new fans. Let's go. Let's go. Logan starting game 2 says Big Country. All right. Let's go, Logan. Glenn says my older brother came back, and my older brother back in the day used to listen to every Mariner game walking around with the translator radio up in his ear. He would love to see this. There was nothing like it back in the youth, and I think the announcers they've got now are great, but there was certainly just something. If you didn't get a chance to watch a game basketball-wise here in Calabro, or if you didn't get to watch the football game, certainly, Rabel or Gross before him, but Niehaus, so many games through a summer, so many times through a summer where you're not at school, maybe you're out in the yard doing some yard work and something to listen to in the background as you're doing it, or you're out there just walking along, listening to him on the radio. And there was always something reassuring about Niehaus's voice and something that kept you just riveted into what you were listening to with him when he was doing his thing. A lot of folks like that with Dave. Hell, even Macklemore rapped about it. Such a commonality. Catalyst, Dave Canales getting that run game going. Makes sense. They invested Damian Lewis, Robert Hunt. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, Thrill House. Who's going to be back this series? He is included as part of the roster here in this series. King Bomber, Castillo, Gilbert, Kirby, Wu. Probably go either Gilbert, Wu, Castillo, or Gilbert, Castillo, Wu, and then back to Kirby Miller then. I would guess. Charlie says Blanco mega clutch hits to manufacture runs today, not the Mariners. And Blanco's been pretty clutch this playoffs here, hasn't he? He's had some big hits, the 2 home runs against Skubal to give you a chance in that game against the Cy Young Award winner where there weren't a lot of runs to be had. Flight Cams, being able to win game one on the road with Miller on the mound is massive. You can't undersell it enough, man. Can't oversell it enough. How big that is setting this up for you. And Thrill House, yeah, the Niners lose Fred Warner. I don't know. Can it get worse? Yeah, probably. I don't know how much worse for them. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation to Randall. National broadcast, unbelievably biased. Just deep-throating the Jays all game. Act like we don't have the best staff in baseball. Literally said they're shocked. Yeah, I think we're getting undersold, but yeah, it's typical for us, the Pacific Northwest, I think at times, Randall, where teams don't want to give credit where credit's due or kind of just like that plucky team out in the Pacific Northwest, they'll eventually come back down to reality. I think they look at how hard it was for us to take care of the Tigers, and they're like, you can't even take care of the piddly Tigers. baseball, like football, is a game of matchups. It's about game of momentum. It's about a lot of different factors coming into play at once. Hey, injuries coming in, right, Randall? I mean, them down already, Bo Bichette, and then losing Lukes in this game. Not the way the Blue Jays drew it up. And we have every right to be here like they do. They got 94 wins on the season. We got 90 wins. They weren't significantly better than us. We played in a pretty tough division. Maybe they played in a slightly tougher division. But certainly there's not some massive pecking order here to where we're the number 2 seed. Yeah. So I didn't have the audio on, but it's interesting to hear that was their sort of take on the broadcast staff, because I can't see how you arrive at that place of things. I know Blue Jays are definitely maybe as strong as they've been at all, and they've been a good team for the past couple of years. But yeah, that's not very fair, Randall. Tomorrow, New Blacks. Space, we're a game behind Tampa Bay for first place in the NFC. Well, remember, technically they got the tiebreaker too then, Space. So you got to get one extra one on them. Zach Dong, Seattle fans are diehard, still repping the zombie Seahawks. I am. I know I do. I got my shirt I wear every couple weeks. Got to rep them, man. Got to remember what passed, Dump out a little bit of alcohol for them every time I have a sip a little bit of beer. Catalyst says, yeah, that's brutal. Oh, that's a good point. All 3 of the Bucs' top wide receivers are all injured. Yeah, and Mecca went out with a hamstring today. Luckily, the Niners were just more injured than them, so it didn't kind of matter. Wonder if they'll let Reek back in if we keep winning. I'm guessing they probably will. Would I rather see the Dodgers or the Brewers? I mean, the Dodgers have been the technically better team throughout this year. They're both really tough. I mean, I think it's kind of a 50-50 thing as far as a flip of the coin on which one to the other. I guess the Brewers, maybe just because the Dodgers have a little bit more versed in playoff baseball. Maybe you're getting them, you can take advantage of them a little bit on that. I know they've got 97 wins on the season, though, so they had a hell of a year, but I think they had a little bit of an easier path in that division, too. Quite frankly, the Brewers to get to that record. Pirates aren't anything. Cardinals aren't anything. Reds barely above 500. Cubs were a test. Cubs were definitely a test in that division, but I don't know. I think I would lean in the direction of saying the Brewers, but kind of either one. Charlie says, I have my Mariner mustache now. Fresh cut before the game. Let's effing go. Let's go. It worked. Jack Dong, Mariners versus Brewers would be like a Cubs-Indians series. Yeah, kind of. Joe Smith, you're responding to Barbara there. HHGB, anyone we can get from the Jets? They don't seem to be doing anything with their players thus far this year. Not really. They're kind of locked into a roster that doesn't have a lot for us to really go after. People were mentioning a little bit about Quinnen Williams in my stream earlier, but I think he's more 3-tech than he is nose tackle. But I don't really see an edge there that's going to work for you. They don't have a corner out there that's going to interest you. Right, I mean, they don't have much there. Right guard, Elijah Vera Tucker's on IR now. No, there's really nothing on their roster at all. It's Pedro says trade for Hendrickson. Maybe. Charlie says, Charlie says, Hawks Nest, see graphic you have up in the background, 2 hits for the Blue Jays. Absolutely bonkers. Totally bonkers, man. And it speaks to, Bryce really locking in as he did and just being real pinpoint with his control and good with the movement on his pitches too, to where the Blue Jay hitters on their bats, they just could not square anything up in this game. And So he was able to get out of like a 27 pitch first inning, to come back around to get himself through 6 innings, to lengthen out the bullpen, to let you just put your prime arms out on display today to go get that win. And that's a major part of this. But Bryce, hell of a game for him. Hell of a game to go take this one. I agree, King Bomber. Griffin should be playing over Pritchett. No doubt about it. Global Hobo, exhausted, mediocre payroll. Yet, this team has heart. Well said. Riding in late, the day before, just getting into Toronto. That's a long-ass flight, 15-inning game, long season. Pushed it to the last game of the series against the Tigers. Blue Jays fresh, at home as a daisy. And yet you come in here with a gritty performance. You come in here and you knuckle down, you grind it out, you find a way. And is that not what a champion should do? It's not going to be made easy to become a champion. You got to earn it. There's no lucking yourself into championships. You got to take it. There's no easy pathways to championships. You got to go grab it. And the Mariners right now, they're grabbing it. HHG says, I'd rather give 3 first-round picks for Crosby than Hendrickson. I would be more in favor of moving after Crosby, too. I don't know if the Raiders are going to be in position to really move Crosby. They may just sit on this thing to the end of the season at this point and see how this thing plays out. But you never know. You're not getting 2 firsts for Hendrickson. You only get a half a season left on him, so it's more of like a second, third-round pick. Second-round pick at most, probably a third-round pick. Space, do you know of any team that's given up 3 firsts for anyone? I think it's been 3 first-round picks for not that I'm aware of that isn't a draft pick, no. SC Koken, I have it being Dodgers versus Mariners, but slightly have Dodgers winning it all. Go Mariners, baby. Let's go. The Ross Browns for Watson. I don't know if the Raiders will be willing to trade Crosby, because I think that the argument you could play to the Raiders, if I'm Carroll or if I'm their front office, is that you could say to them, you're going to get exactly about the exact same. The only way you can get them to talk them into a trade is being willing to sell number 1 and then being willing to understand that they're going to get more now potentially than they could get this offseason if they waited. That because you're giving a team a half season of Crosby on their roster, they will give you this little bit extra, more than you'd get if you just wait this through. And I think that does lower down the chances significantly of a trade being made then because of that. It's also why you have to come over the top to make this trade happen, why it would require the significant resources to make it happen. And that's the one key with that question is, has anybody ever traded 3 first-round picks for a player? No. But remember, the consideration this has to be, and the understanding of this has to be, that whenever you're trading for these grade A players that are the difference makers like this, every deal at like a 96% rate is going to see the team trading for that player, then signing him to a new contract. That is not going to be the requirement. That is not going to be the requirement for the team that trades for Crosby. And when you look at a Jamal Adams, you gave up 2 first-round picks for Jamal Adams and a third-round pick for Jamal Adams. So while not 3 first-round picks, different position, different player, different impact, but you weren't having to pay Jamal Adams initially, right? You got to let Jamal Adams play out a rookie year of his deal still, or not the rookie, on the rookie contract, another year of his deal before you had to pay him. That factored into the compensation you had to give up for Jamal Adams. So I'm doing some advanced math here with Crosby in regards to what I think the price is going to be to pull him in here. But I think that there's a lot of this smoke to this particular fire as to why it would be this way. King, just imagine a lineup where you're playing Hall, Law, Murphy, Reed, Williams on the rundowns, and then you switch to Mafe, Nwosu, Hendrickson, Williams, Murphy on passing downs. I'm okay with it. I like Hendrickson as a player. My only worry with that King Bomber a little bit with Hendrickson as a player, bringing him in here, is just that he's more of a put a hand in the dirt guy. You're more of stand-up edge guys off of that edge. I don't know if he's as comfortable in standing up off the edge and rushing from that fashion. He's kind of a leverage guy. It better sets up some of his moves coming off the edge to put his hand in the dirt, I think. Jack Dong says NFC West is wide open. Carpe diem. It is indeed. Gwen says it'd have to be insane. Even in the Raiders' position, Carroll isn't going to want to give up in any way. No, he's not a guy that tends to pivot off players fast necessarily. Certainly players that are good players, that are hyper competitive, guys that are help to set a standard that he's trying to set in that locker room. Part of why I think this doesn't even really get off the ground is just because I don't know if Carroll puts a kibosh on it right from the jump. Now, some of this could also be, though, the factors that come into play of does Carroll go through this season understanding that there's such a long road here with the Raiders that he doesn't want to lock in for that long road and all it's going to take to get there? Maybe, maybe not. We're already seeing with a guy like Belichick, for instance, down there in North Carolina. It seems like that's going to be a one-year experience there. So there may be a lot of moving parts to this impacting this decision beyond just what Carroll wants and where things are at. I don't think he has the kind of control there that he's had in the past here in Seattle to just be able to make all the decisions in that way. But we'll see what the Raiders do. Time is starting to wind down to where they're either going to get on the pot or not when it comes to this situation. Thrill House knows no. Browns gave up 3 firsts for Watson, and Redskins gave up 3 firsts to move for RG3. There we go. Forgot about the Watson one. My bad. There we go. And again, with the Watson one, you're making that trade and you're doing what? You're not only giving up those 3 first-round picks, but then you're signing him to a massive contract on top of that, which you're not going to have to do with Crosby. King says, and you just went toe-to-toe and it took a fluke interception for you to lose. If we can fix the simple mistakes that we're making, we can absolutely do something in the playoffs. Love the confidence. Let's go, man. Me, today's my late wife's birthday, and she gifted me an amazing day for my Seattle sports teams. Thanks, Love Bug. Hashtag TTMAB. Go Hawks. Go M's. Well, shout out to your late wife, man. My condolences, but thank you to her, to the greater beyond, on helping this team out today, helping us, guiding us through. And I love the thought of that, them helping out in that way and them watching, smiling down in that way. Thank you to me for everything you've done for this channel. Appreciate you. Go Hawks. Go M's. Feels good, don't it? Feels real good. Max Ford Stearns, the Ravens struggled against a really beat up Ravens team. They did, yeah. Definitely a Ravens team that's probably about this ready to kind of call it a day for the season here at this point. And, the Rams kind of struggle on that one. I think it is a little bit the nature of the Rams team. They're not really a blow you out style of team. That's not the brand of ball they play, especially when they play on the road. Just seems like they're always going to let the teams kind of hang in there, maybe separate a little bit at the end. You saw that in the Titans game with the Rams too on the road earlier. So I think the Rams are still going to be a tough team. Some of that's just going to come down to where maybe Puka's at with some of his lower leg stuff going on. Jack says Belichick will stay at UNC for 4 years. His girlfriend just finished her freshman year. It's such a weird look with this you talk about one of the all-time coaches you wouldn't have expected to ever have some super young girlfriend on his sideline, like guiding and directing traffic through. That's where I would have been with Bell. Like, from far beyond. I just love the thought of it, me. I do. I think about that with my, grandpa loves sports. I know he's looking down at time, man. Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you if you're up in heaven? Hey, let me take a peek down what's going on with my Mariners right now. I would. You don't think I'm going to be watching? Better believe it. King says the biggest hurdle, though, is we have to be able to beat Matthew Stafford and Brock Purdy. Very true. Stafford in particular. How tough has he been since he come to the Rams, man? We have really struggled against that guy. Thrill House says Robles trying to feel the ball with the card in his mouth gave me reek anger. It's not because he can't breathe. That's not what he did feel. I'm nervous for the Rams matchup too, Catalyst. I think it'll be a competitive game. Like I said, the Rams don't just run away with it, but They provide a very tough matchup, and they can go at the very places that we can be a little bit weak. Callis says McVay matches up really well against Mike, and he'll definitely want to take advantage of our linebackers over the middle. Yeah, I see it the same way. He's going to see some of the stuff on tape here early on, the Niner game and the Buccaneer game. Don't think that McVay's not going to have some of those answers up his sleeve for when we play them. Glenn Carr, now the Mariners really are playing hardball and have big league stuff. Refuse to lose. And Niehaus with a my oh my. That's right. Me says, funny thing is she grew up a Niners fan. I never held it against her. You can't. It's just, it happened. It was a different era. It was a different time, People thought differently back then, They had a different mindsets. They didn't know better. They didn't know any better. Catalyst says they certainly had our number. Got to get through that team if we want to make any noise. That is 100% the truth. And yeah, Charlie Puka was banged up with that knee today. It seems like every week he's kind of banged up with that knee. Took a real tough spill in this one. It looked ugly a little bit. Looked like he was able to get up and kind of fight through it. But one thing for sure is I don't think that Rams offense could sustain a losing of a Puka Nacua for a long period of time. He makes a lot of that offense go. Byron P says, we beat the Rams last year. Check the record. Yeah. Byron, buddy. Last game of the season, Rams sitting half of their roster. No Matt Stafford. Jimmy Garoppolo throwing dimes all over the field on you. Yes, we won the game, but no, the Rams weren't playing at their full power. They weren't throwing their greatest punch at you. They were resting their guys because they had already won the division, and there was nothing at play in the game. King says we have to go 5-2 in the next 7 games. Hey, I'll definitely take that. Quinn will be just fine against the Rams as long as it's an away game. Yeah, we barely scraped by in that one, Byron. I mean, it's like you won that game and they had backups across the board and you barely could take down their backups. DeMarcus Robinson lighting your defense up. Jimmy Garoppolo having a field day. It was a win, but was it? Me says she razzed the S out of me during the games as she wasn't invested as I was. Oh, the Niner fans can't help the needle a little bit. You know what I mean? It's there. They can't help it. Megan, the Hawks Nest, how good was USC beating Michigan yesterday? 31-13. Pretty damn good. Man, big win for them. Michigan program struggling to kind of find some footing there, it feels like, since Harbaugh has moved on, but still a very quality program to go out there and beat. It's been a very weird NFL season, Thrillhouse. The open nature to it, the high amount of injuries across the board in every which way but loose, it's made it very unpredictable for what's going forward. And NFL already in the most predictable of times is very hard to kind of pin down which way it's going. It really feels like this year it's the Wild West as far as anything can happen. Yeah, bless you, me. Sounds like you're holding up pretty well, but must be pretty tough. Days like this where I'm sure the loss is most especially felt. Maxwell, we should have won that first Rams game, though. Shoulda, woulda. Definitely we're in a position to do so. Like I said, I don't think they're going to blow us out. I don't think that he just is going to boat race us and that we can't stand toe-to-toe with him, but just can we take him out and close him out down to the end? Can we sustain up against that pass rush? Can we run the ball with some consistency throughout the game on a Rams front that is susceptible to running the ball? Rams play the Jaguars next week. Hope the Rams can bounce back. Amen. Amen. That's a tough matchup, too, for the Rams, necessarily. That Jaguar team showed you that they've got some spirit to them. We got them today. But they got some spirit to them. Charlie the Unicorn. This kid can't catch a break. Colts Richardson sustains orbital fracture in equipment mishap. This week has been brutal for NFL teams. What the hell happened in the pregame at the Indianapolis Stadium? What are they doing? You got Javarius Ward gets concussed by like a tight end because they're not looking at each other as they're running drills on the field. And then somehow Richardson sustained an orbital fracture. Did somebody hit him in the face with a football? How do you get an orbital fracture in pregame? I'm not even mad. That's impressive. Addison Shelville, what's up, y'all? Big day for Seattle sports. Go Hawks, go M's, go M's. Catalyst is rooting for the Jags next week for sure. You better believe it. What a day, Misfit. What a day. Dakota Ellish from a Jags fan. I got y'all. My Jaguars can beat them Rams. You guys can get this, man. They're susceptible. They're gettable. Puka's not going to be 100% healthy. Take them down next week for us, man. We need a few more losses in this division here so we can catch our footing. Spaces, I have a strange feeling we're going to play Tampa again. I can see it. I can definitely see it. It'll be a fun game again. And boy, Baker today, he had one hell of a scramble, man. Caught behind the pocket. I think he got like 35 yards after contact on the play, breaking tackles outside the pocket. He's got like 18 yards to get a first down. There's no chance kind of plays for a quarterback to go get it. He just somehow is keeping his feet, extending the play, lurching forward, jumping, keeping his knee off the turf, placing the ball just past the first down marker. He's so gutsy. Just he'll will some things to happen. And I don't want to like Baker, but I can't help but kind of like the way he goes about his business. Nick says he was warming up with a band and it snapped and hit his eye. Oh my God. I shouldn't laugh, but sometimes the luck's bad. Jeff says not even Pete got a fracture for taking a ball to the face in pregame. That's true. I was just trying to figure out what hits you pregame to cause that, right? Especially as a quarterback. It's not like you're doing like hand-on-hand battles, slight, like the linemen do where they'll sort of pad check each other a little bit. Like, how do you're the guy not starting at quarterback. How do you even manage that? King says, Brando, is it time to push Jacoby Brissett is a better player than Kyler Murray agenda? I don't think it more speaks to how good Brissett is it more speaks to how bad Murray is. And the fact that you put the money in the wrong place with him, you invested in the wrong area with him, and that it's one where there's plenty of data that came into the season to tell you that Kyler Murray is not the kind of starting quarterback that's going to lead you to the promised land and not the starting quarterback who you should have given that kind of money to. Something you knew kind of right in the moment of signing him to that contract, King Bomber. The team knew it. They just couldn't help themselves like few teams can ever help themselves. So it's more of, hey, we got to get a better quarterback in here. We got to do better at the quarterback position. And I definitely think this more just solidifies Kyler having his last season here, but that doesn't mean Jacoby's the answer for them. It probably means more if they're going to look for that probable reclamation project that's out there, if not try to draft a guy and move on to the next. But let's be honest here with the Cardinals. I mean, this could be a full turnover city with them. And if it's going to be that you're moving on for the coach, all the more easier to move on from a starting quarterback if it's a 1-2 step process there. HHG, JSN's going to get paid this offseason? Yes, he is. Excuse me. Jeff says Kyler had some Call of Duty to play. He did, man. Second career, He's moonlighting. Charlie says, what was the most surprising outcome today in the NFL? Lions getting roughed up by the Chiefs or the Panthers owning the Cowboys? Good question. Oh, probably the Chiefs won. I mean, the Chiefs have been a tough team this year. They still have a lot of pride, and they still will play you really tough. And so, they were up on the Jaguars. Jaguars came back last week and were able to sneak that one out. But, Chiefs haven't been necessarily purely as bad as the record has walking into this game, but still a surprise. Lions are in still better shape. They're better set up right now to take it. They went into the Kansas City, I think, 2 years ago and got a win on the road there. So they've shown the ability to go into that house and win an Arrowhead. But the Cowboys one's not tremendously surprising. They're on the road. Their defense sucks ass. So when your defense has those days they can't get any stops, anything can kind of happen. 17 quarterback hits to Dan Lawrence, misfit. The pressure numbers are going to be through the roof in addition to that. Very impressive. Fast pressure today, misfit too. Not just quarterback hits, but you're getting there quickly. Remembering how much Lawrence had to, how much of an onus he had placed upon getting the ball out of his hands throughout this year leading up to this game. Thrill Skyler got every cod skin known to man with his contract. I'm sure he did. Maxwell is JSN better than DK now? Yeah, I think he's separated himself at this point. Indeed, especially with his ability to, as space references, his ability to be able to play as an outside receiver here. He's not doing this as a slot king. He's winning on the outside. Van City Lobos. Hey, Brandon, good game from Vancouver. Hope the Jays take game 2. Well, I hope they don't, Van City, but I thank you for checking out the stream today. And fun game, man. Fun opening game. Obviously, we're very happy with the results of this one. Misfits JSN has actual hands. Important for a wide receiver. Very important for a wide receiver. And the Perna curse, man, that thing feels like it's undefeated. It's probably not, feed me, but it probably is. Feels like it is. Addison, I don't think it's close either at this point. DK never produced to this extent. And when he was here, not taking anything away from DK, but JSN is just clearly better. I think you just got to give the nod here. And it's more speaking about the potential greatness we're seeing within JSN more than it's pointing at the deficiencies within DK's game. DK is a marvelous receiver. Just JSN's on another level right now. I mean, he's on pace for 2,000 yards receiving this year. It's impressive. Catalyst Slot Merchant, JSN doesn't apply anymore. I know he's doing this out of condensed splits, but he's certainly involving his game. Blue chip. Condensed splits or not, he's getting the job all done on that outside, man. He's doing it. When you're on the outside, even in a condensed split, you still got to be up on the line of scrimmage. You still saw him today fighting through press coverage and getting open and going and making the catch. So he's working off physicality. He's finding a release package that can work for him to get him clear so he doesn't get pressed with physicality. You know, he's getting it done. Got to give him the full props. Banana Bad Guy Williams, great weekend for Seattle sports. Amen. Carmen, I need to check DK's stats with Steelers. He's doing okay. He's holding up okay, but he's not on that next level situation like we're seeing from JSN. Thrill McDonald got us to tackle a lot better this game, but I may be wrong. No, he talked about it after last game that was an issue, and it was not as much of one in this one. Only a couple select moments that really do kind of stand out versus last week where it was a little bit all over the board. And sometimes multiple missed tackles on one play. Charlie says the Etsy witch spell got its money's worth for them. I hope so. Me says, don't know what's crazier to think about. JSN with DK's speed or DK with JSN's hands? Ooh, good question. Probably DK with JSN's hands would be ridiculous. Addison says, I saw the JSN's on pace to break Megatron's single season record. Yeah, he's going crazy in that way. I mean, that's where we say this is going to another level, and we're now 6 games into the season. This isn't just sample size. Every single week he's doing it. And, maybe eventually he's going to draw enough double or triple teams on this to kind of start to limit some of this, but the answers have not been there so far for teams, and especially with how much they're stacking the box and deciding they're going to blitz us. You're going to do that. You're going to leave one-on-one opportunities for us on the outside, and JSN specifically within that, and he's going to hunt on one-on-one opportunities. Barbara, the amount of DK has been attracting double team and triple team all day coverage was getting so tiring to hear. Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase don't have dud games every 2 weeks. Yeah, amen. Definitely a bit of an end all be all, a little bit at the end for him there. This could have been a different game if Travis Hunter wasn't offsides. That helped. Yeah, I think the drop passes by the Jaguars too. They did some things to shoot themselves in the foot in this game that helped us out considerably. It would have been different with that other way there, for sure. Addison McDonald earned his game check this week. He made the necessary adjustments, a breath of fresh air, after getting used to Pete's failure to adjust his approach. Amen. We talked about it last week and said this is what we think needs to happen here. This is the step and where we need to go with this. And he took those steps this week, specifically with the simulated pressure, stacked boxes, and more blitzing. Those three things all in tandem at the start of this game were more at the forefront than they were last week through all four quarters. Thrill says DK needs JSN's route running. Hopefully Kupp gets more looks from Sam after his touchdown. Kupp doing what he can with the targets he gets. Guess that's one of the problems for the number two wide receivers. When the number one's getting 14, 15 targets and you're only throwing the ball about 25 times a game, there's not a lot of opportunities for you to go out there and cook it up. Maybe on the good news side of this is that we'll preserve a little bit of an older Cooper Kupp so that he can still maintain some freshness as we get down the straightaway of the NFL season. Catalyst, when DK would just disappear for several games, that's when you could tell he wasn't a reliable wide receiver one. Yeah, it's a little bit there. Remember, there's some of this is not just purely to DK's fault, though. Look, I'll give you that there's some things in his game that didn't advance. Route running, hands. I think as well, this team didn't do a considerably good job of, finding ways to creatively get him worked. That they would sort of get caught in the spell of the double teams would take the quarterback away from the DK read. This is why DK, through 5 of his 6 years in with Seattle, was the second most targeted wide receiver. It's not as much that the cover two shell just took him away, as that the cover two shell took him away and they would take the quarterback away from him on the read and not even try to throw the ball there. You only worked him into the slot in that final year. And guys like Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson do get a healthy dosage amount of usage out of the slot to find productivity. And that is a way to kind of wield away some of those double teams at times. But it's a complicated story with DK. There's a lot involved there with everything in football as to how you get to the way that story played out. Maxwell says, yeah, masterclass by Mike. Sam Deep Ball has been great too. Boy, has it ever. He's been money. Catalyst says, Ema and Maury and run fits is so good. Such a good run defender. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Thrill House was better with Russ. DK was better with Russ. Yeah. It was also before that cover two shell proliferation took place, Thrill House, to where that became standardized. And that was a big limiting factor to DK because there was just less and less of those one-on-one opportunities. Rams House, what's up, man? How you doing? Good to see you in the house, bro. Thank you for checking out the stream tonight. Congrats to your Rams getting the dub out in Baltimore. King just waiting for the day our secondaries love Brian Spoon, Woolen Job, and Eamon Wari. Haven't seen him out at full strength yet, have we, King? Everybody's a little bit dinged up here and there. And maybe once we get him out to full strength, we'll see a hell of a secondary at that. Rams says, although I'm sad the Hawks won, it was great to see my guy Kupp get in the end zone. And he looked good today, Rams. Didn't have a lot of touches, but like I was saying above, this isn't because Kupp's been super diminished. It's as much just because of the fact that we're running so heavily. We're not throwing the ball a whole lot. Your defense at times is kind of living on the field in some of these games, which is kind of not giving the offense as many opportunities there. But I think Kupp's going to get a couple 100-yard games this season at some point or another. He's been very good for when we need to call upon him. So he wants his DK's washed. He's playing relatively well, like Catalyst says. He's not having a bad season for them. Is he giving them the value they thought they were getting for $30 million a season? Maybe not that. Maybe a little short there on that side. But I feel like he's doing all right. 4 catches, 95 yards today for a touchdown. Looks like he's on pace for 1,200 yards and 14 touchdowns. If that's washed, man. It's not bad washed. Addison John made all the right moves this offseason. An additional interior offensive line free agent signing would have been the cherry on top. Yep. Amen. Agreed. But got way more right than wrong, and that's especially getting the quarterback as right as he did. That is the one that's going to have the echoes that go through for the next couple of years. So everyone, I'm just hating, laughing out loud. Throughout the Oots path to him getting back is a little bit of a long one. Last I heard on Mike, he had a long path to getting back. I would estimate that you're going to have to look probably a week or two after the bye as maybe a potential. There may be also just the potential here that they put him on IR and keep him there through the whole season based on a little bit of the vibes I was getting off Mike. King Bomber, maybe we can go get Joel Bitonio. He's been a left guard through his career. So I don't know about him sliding over at right guard and if he can be as comfortable over to do that, but maybe it's in play. Maybe the other guy out there too is a possibility, the right guard, guy that you can go get. Yeah, I don't think as much King Bomber to me. It's assigning the interior offensive lineman this offseason that gets me. It's more if I look to that, let's say, third round pick with Milroe, where you could have gotten another right guard there to bring into the mix. It would have been pretty helpful at this point to be able to call upon that. But you're not going to get everything perfect as a general manager. Just get way more right than you get wrong. And that's what John has been doing and certainly did this offseason. Catalyst, is our trade deadline aligns with our bye week aligns with the trade deadline, I believe? Yes, it does. I do think that if you're going to make a trade deadline deal, you're going to make it before you cross the threshold of that bye week. That you're going to want to get that guy in-house, in the building, get him ready and prepared so you can kind of maximize his usage down the stretch if that's what's going to go down there. Rams House, most surprising player in a good way for Seattle this year? Jeez. Kind of hard to say on that. The guys that are doing really well, I think you thought could do really well. We were high on Barner coming back here too, high on JSN coming back this year. I suppose Zabel being this good so instantaneously is probably one of the big surprises, and that has helped to really settle down the offensive line, especially from a pass protection standpoint. If not him, you'd probably point to Darnold, because Darnold has been he's even above what he was doing last year with the Vikings. It's like he's found even that next step in his level of play in his game right now. And that part, certainly, I don't think any of us anticipated. It was all a question of, can he replicate or not? Can he just come close to what he did with the Vikings last year? Not really could he surpass what he did. King Bomber, yeah, in hindsight, acquiring Ratledge Wilson over Arroyo Milroe looks a lot better. Yeah. Or at least just one of those, right, King? Like if you're infatuated with one of Milroe or Arroyo, okay, taster's delight, take the one you want and then take the next pick and just go, look, we've got so much work to do on this offensive line. We got to double back down again, especially having the 5 picks through the first 2 days of the draft as they started out. But they decided not to go down that right. Do you also think Sam's most surprising? Yeah. King says, I expected only 12 to 1,400 yards from JSN. He's on pace for 2,000. It's crazy. It's crazy cool. Yeah, Rams House. Abel does look like a vet, man. He gave up like just his first pressure like 2 weeks ago. Run game can kind of be hit or miss with him at times, but him coming and being such a pillar there in pass pro, with now Cross out there able to be healthy and realize his top 10 potential, with Lucas getting back more rounded into shape of what he was in his rookie year. Really now just the weaknesses come Rams House on where we're at center right guard wise for what, as you know, has been really a problematic offensive line for years. Slowly starting to come together a bit. And like today, for instance, you didn't have a lot of holes you could open up in the run game against the Jags, but you really pass protected well and gave Darnold a real opportunity to cut up that Jacksonville secondary. Rams House, always thought the Darnold seeing ghost takes for Seattle was so lazy. Yeah, I did too. I mean, it's if you go back and watch the Vikings tape from last year, you're not watching a guy who just has merely O'Connell scripting up everything simple and easy for him, or he just throws it up to Jefferson every play, and that's how he's getting the success he's getting. There were times it was hard for him last year. There was times he had to make a difficult read. There was times he had to extend a play and make a tough throw down the field. So I likewise in the same way. I think there's a lot of laziness when it comes to the quarterback position, Rams House, and the evaluation of quarterbacks in general in this sport. I think a lot of that comes down to this is also an NFL problem. This is why your team like Stafford your team can go find a Stafford out there whose value becomes depressed because this narrative hounds him and he can't shake it. But is it really he's the problem, or is it Detroit's the problem? And so often I think fans come back to actually giving these organizations the rightful flaming that they deserve in these situations for their culpability. And your Rams have certainly proven that with Stafford. I think we've proven that the last couple times with a Geno Smith and a Sam Darnold and back-to-back quarterbacks we've had in our house here. And it's kind of I think it's a new norm here in the NFL to start to consider a little bit, because there are plenty of organizations out there, Rams House. We play in the toughest division in football. We got a lot of organizations that make a lot of smart decisions, but I'm going to tell you what, there's a lot of stupid organizations out there Bad ownership driving stupid organizations. And you want to be the team to take advantage of that, like your Rams did with the Detroit Lions on the Stafford situation. He was never going to rest back to New York Jet Donald. No, he wasn't. Guys advance. Guys don't stay the same. Guys that are hard workers and have 6 years in this sport, have the time to be around a lot of smart minds, have the work ethic. Yeah, they're going to get after. They're going to find advancement. Doesn't mean they become elite, but it does mean that they will advance past what they were when they walked in the door. Maxwell Stern, will Riley Mills play this season? Not too sure. I tend to think that they're going to try to put him on ice for the year. Call it a day. You don't have a real need for him, but Jaron Reed went down to an injury today. You know, if you kind of have him there, maybe if they do have an injury go down, that you start to think about maybe pivoting over and saying, let's go and bring him out, bring him off the IR, see where he's at, see if he can get rolling and go with it. You know? And we just crossed over here about 4 hours into the stream here today. And this is my double duty on stream. So I'm about 10 hours deep on streaming. So we will go ahead and put a little bit of a button here or start to get a little bit close to putting a little bit of an end on this because I still got about 4 or 5 more hours of work I got to put in on the wrap-up video, or at least a couple more hours of work on the wrap-up video. Get that knocked out because we got to come back at 1 o'clock tomorrow for Mariner coverage. DJ, I was upset about losing DK, but JSN really needed them to leave to become wide receiver number one. It would seem that need to be as a step to occur to ascend in the way he has. Yeah. I also think some of it's too, look, you're certainly want to be in the position of having paid DK that $30 million a year, 4 or 5 year contract, and then you're coming back around having to do the same to JSN for what's going to be a team that we can see with Kubiak wanting to run the ball. You don't really be paying both those two receivers that kind of money at the same time. Jose says Cross has been balling. Really haven't heard his name, but that's how you know he's doing awesome. Doing good all the way around. Playing like a top 5 left tackle in this sport. He certainly is always a factor as a pass protector, as a left tackle out there and what he's bringing, but he's also, as you saw today at times, when you need to go get some run plays that could work, you went off the left side with him and Zabel. And that's where you found headway. A lot harder finding any headway when you're going to the right side. Daniel, I'm excited to see Spoon sticking to the outside when he comes back. Now that Imanwari is playing in the box, I think Spoon will do better on the outside. I agree, Daniel. I agree. And this was the plan throughout this offseason that we haven't gotten to see fulfilled quite yet with both these guys out there at once. Was the whole plan this offseason, the whole plan through training camp was to have Spoon on the outside. Rams House, I'd pay good money to watch a game with Aaron Donald versus Abel in a year. I would too, Rams House. You know, I've been always worried here in the last few years about Darnold getting a little jumpy maybe, you know, to come off that bench at some point. I know it's not likely to happen, but I always kind of was worried a little bit about that. No updates on Jonathan Hankins, King Bomber. I don't know what's going on with him, if he's going to come back or if he's just kind of calling it a day or really what they're doing there. Rams Rob in Atlanta. They did a Rob Atlanta. That trade hurts. That trade hurts my heart and my soul. Essence Hatkins is poolside with a mimosa right now. Probably. King, the Falcons-Rams trade doesn't look so bad now. The draft doesn't look great, and there's no QBs. It doesn't look as bad from that standpoint of it. Still don't like the Falcons throwing in that pick like they did, though. DJ Wilbur, last question for the night. Who wins, Dodgers or Brewers? I'll go with the Brewers just because they seem to be having kind of the magical year, but I think it's a coin flip series. The Mom Rams could have had Jahad Campbell or Josh Simmons or Jackson Dart. Instead, they get Ferguson. That's true. That is there on the flip side. Worth noting, and will be interesting to see how that plays out over the course of the next couple of years to see if that they end up regretting that decision or not, or if it does pay out ultimately here. We'll see where Atlanta fully stands. I know they haven't been bad out the gate here, but let's see if they can continue it and hold it up, and especially if Michael Penix's health can hold up behind that offensive line that has some injuries, has had some losses, has gotten some age on it here in the last couple of years. Luke, go Hawks. Go M's, man. Kevin O'Connell, I don't know what's going on with Tyrese Knight. The team gets very mysterious with certain things, like what's going on with Hankins. I don't know. If the team decides that they're not going to give you any information about something, they're not going to give you any information about it. We don't know what Devin Witherspoon's been going through. We know it's a knee. We don't know, is it a torn MCL? Is it a strained knee? Is it twisted knee? What's going on? So I don't know. Something seems to be happening there. You're rocking Drake Thomas almost 24/7 as it stands here. Who you got next week? Rams, Jaguars. Remember, it's in London. We'll go with Jaguars. I'll go with the wish prediction, Jose. They got to travel so far to go out there. That's after they just had to go out to the East Coast this week in Baltimore. So are they just going to stay out in Baltimore? Or are you going to try to just fly out to London, which I'm guessing is what they're going to do, 2 weeks away from your family? I'll go with the Jags. Jags will be hungry after this loss. Daniel, remember when people were crying after 3-year-older Jared Verse over Byron Murphy after one season? How the tides have changed. Yes, sir. Feeling very good about that pick right now. And yeah, you're right about, the hype that he's a guy that got a lot of push this side. And look, I like Verse, so don't get me wrong. I think he's still a very good player, but Verse got a ton of hype here coming in the season as this guy that was ready to be a defensive player of the year type candidate. And it's looked like more Byron Young's looked like more of the defensive player of the year type candidate in that defense than him necessarily. 2 sacks on the year, 14 tackles for Verse, 4 TFLs. He's a good all-around player. Something to watch with him, for that next explosion point for him. And I don't think it's a bad thing with Ferguson too. Rams house, you guys not using Ferguson makes sense. It's shades of the situation that we have here in Seattle, where you already have Higbee there on the roster. Parkinson's there with the role that he fits into. The guy's there to be kind of a development upper end talent guy. You're more going to kind of work your way to get to where his upper end is as a player. It was kind of for both teams, Ram House, both for us and you, the Arroyo pick and the Ferguson pick. Very similar type of players in what you're looking to do there. Both kind of bonus selections in how you made them. Yeah, he has been pretty clear that he is done. There's been a couple nights where I'm sure there's a little bit of draw, though, with this Rams team still being so good after he left. But thank God he didn't come out. Your guy brutalized us better more than any other player in this league. Man, he feasted on us. We never wanted to double team him for some weird reason. Addison says, did you know that Stone Forsythe is the Vegas starting left tackle? I just noticed that today. Not good. People wonder why Gino's playing so badly. Like, nobody's playing well with him at the left tackle position. No one. Love's got a hamstring, Britt, but I'm guessing not torn, just a pulled. But they are pretty innocuous. Rams, Byron Young's been insane, 7.5 sacks. Yeah. He's getting it done, man. You guys are going to be a bit of a conundrum here because you're just about on the edge of having to pay a variety of these guys some big money. Kobe Turner, Byron Young. Verse will be 1 year away from needing to get paid. Going to be kind of interesting to see how the Rams attack that situation. Did you remember when we was in love with Jack Besh? I was so wrong this year. I was too, man. Seemed to be a bit of a miss on that pick and selection as he's been very quiet. And I thought for sure he could be a guy to make some noise. Rams house, Verse is getting a lot of attention, even triple teams. Young is definitely eating because of Verse's attention. It's a good point there. Good point there. Understandable why he's attracting that attention too. He's a good player too. It's as much as just watching as is he there to taking that step into that territory, I guess, for me, Rams house of, TJ Watt, Myles Garrett, potential defensive player of the year, entering into that kind of area. I'm watching to see if that's his next sort of step here a bit. Good player, though. Hell of a player, complete player. How is Mike Green done? I've been paying close attention to Mike myself. Probably had to wait a little bit to get his way into the lineup there. Doesn't look like he's got much done here so far. Doesn't look like he's even playing much. Eight tackles, 8 solo tackles, 14 total tackles, 1 TFL. It's pretty quiet. Pretty quiet. Barber, has Gino written back yet? He's starting to put pen to paper. I can't confirm it for sure, but I've heard rumors of pen being drawn to paper. He says, I can't believe we let Beast Mode 2.0 go, laughing out loud. Scataboo. Scataboo. Rams House, totally understand your stance on Verse. Think you'll get there, but it may take a bit more time than us Rams thought. Still a tremendous player, though. Yeah, and sometimes this stuff develops like that. The guys get to that stage of it, where it's like it does come along, and he's going to be a good player for you right now until he gets to that place. And look, I think he's a perennial minimum Rams House 10 to 12, 13 sack a year guy. But like, as you know, you've got your select probably 5 guys that exist in the sport at any one given time. Garrett, Bosa, Crosby, Parsons, those guys that are more into like maybe 17 to 18 sack guys that are really centerpiece shows for the pass rush, where there feels like that it's just that next step up that you get when the guy's kind of at that level of things. And he very well could get there. And a lot like you say with the double and triple teams, makes a lot of sense that teams will start to slide that direction versus the first year where you're going to let him just kind of prove himself out there as a rookie. Quincy, the annoying thing is that Stone Forsythe is the coolest name ever. My mother can't help but call him the great Stone Forsythe, like Mulan, whenever she sees him. If only he was good. He's even got the size where he looks like he should be a monster too, Quinn. He's got the name. He's got the monster size, got the length, just not the footwork or athleticism. Catalyst, Kobe Turner, Pooner Ford are damn good players. Yes, they are. Kobe Turner is very underrated. He can play nose. He can play 3-tech. That guy's a dog. Basically, the thing about Puno is that he never got injured. The best thing about Puno is he never got injured. He plays every game, doesn't he? I have no remorse for Gino and Pete, though. No, sir. Russell was great for us when he was here. He paid his dues with Denver for those 2 years, so it's cooled on me. Yeah. Stone Forsythe is a name that belongs in the Flintstones, says Megan. Fight me on this, B. Hey, maybe in the Flintstones or on a football field and nowhere else. All right, well, let's put the wrap up on this one. I want to thank the sponsor of my show today, as we have here throughout the year. We didn't quite get our bets landed today, unfortunately. We came close. We did come pretty close, I'll tell you that. Doggone close at that. But the sponsor of this show is Sleeper. Sleeper is the number one sports app running the game today. And you can see on my completed list here, we had in this game, Julio got the Julio one laid down, got Bryce Miller at 2.5 strikeouts, the over on that, got that one good. Naylor couldn't get one hit, and Gosman was just one short on the strikeout there for me landing my ticket. But that's okay, because they got a lot of great packages here to Sleeper that they're working through, including you've got the 100% match up to $100 of your first deposit when you use my code NEST. But then in addition to that, they're throwing in a freebie of a $20 no deposit needed. Here you go. No deposit. Just here's 20 on us. Create that username, log in. It's opening up in the state of Washington. I know there's been some restrictions here with Sleeper up until this point, but it is going to now be opening up in the state for your use. You can get into the weekly, daily fantasy, mix and match your baseball, football picks, get over the overs like I like to. That's what I'm locking into. I've been able to win myself a little bit of money. Go win yourself some money today, and thank you to Sleeper for sponsoring both of the shows today, sponsoring us throughout this season, as they have been so kind to do. I really appreciate you guys watching today. If you can for me, just on as we kind of finish on up, if you hit that like button, it makes a major, major difference here. We're going to have Mariner fans over the next couple of days looking on YouTube for somewhere to go to be able to experience this game with a watch party, to experience this game with other people who are going to be watching this game and this series and how far this Mariner team can go. So please hit that like button. Please sub on up. Also, for the same reasons with the Seahawks, it makes a difference. It tells YouTube to push my content out to people searching for this kind of content. And I really do thank you for doing it. So please do hit that like button. I appreciate the great discussion today and the awesome vibes here from you guys in the chat, the many different people that donated here to the channel today, innumerable folks that donated to the channel today. Loved the discussion. You got to see today and experience today one of the great days in Seattle sports history. That these are not days that come along the trek every other month or every other year. You got to wait on these. These come along, but very rarely. So when they do come along, really, really enjoy it. Really do savor it, as this is a fan base and we are a people in Seattle that have had to a lot of times suffer through to get ourselves to our winners. So let's keep the good times rolling. Seattle Seahawks move to 4-2. Texans next week up on Monday night. Trade deadline on deck. Lots to consider and think about there. Mariners coming back tomorrow with game 2 of this series. Let's see if they can grab another one there and really take a stranglehold of this series as you start to look to move it back to Seattle potentially. Maybe, do I dare get greedy? But it's going to be a hell of a week, and I'm going to be with you guys every step of the way. So ride with me this week as we watch some football, baseball, playoff baseball, and hopefully some good football. And ride along with me every step of the way. So back with a ton of content this week. Going to be mixing and matching every step of the way. I hope you ride with me. I hope you're psyched about what both of these two teams can do here going into the future of this season through the rest of this year, as things are looking really good for both of those two teams. I appreciate you. I love you guys. Thank you guys for all you do here for the channel and for the wonderful discussion and keeping me laughing every step of the way. But beyond all else, don't you ever forget, go Hawks and go Mariners.